secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e dos parlamentos nacionais. Nossos distintos palestrantes. Senhora doutora Isra Bombazic, diretora-geral da firma Ibondazic Governação, advogada do Tribunal da Relação e membro do Tribunal de Companhias na África do Sul. Titus Bimende, chefe da equipa de representação regional da África das Fundações Sociedade Aberta. Senhor Ipiana Mossopole, técnico encarregado da luta contra a corrupção e da boa governação no secretariado da SADC em Gaborone, Botswana. Representantes das organizações de parceria, representantes dos órgãos da comunicação social, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. É uma honra singular e um privilégio desejar-vos as boas-vindas a esta reunião estatutária da Comissão Permanente de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, que está a decorrer no âmbito da 51ª Assembleia Plenária, subordinada ao lema pelo reforço do papel do Parlamento no combate à corrupção e na promoção da responsabilidade de prestação de contas na região da SADC, interação com os parlamentos sobre as modalidades do uso da gestão das finanças públicas na execução de medidas visando lutar contra a corrupção. Esta reunião decorre numa altura em que o mundo se debate com duas crises graves, nomeadamente a pandemia de Covid-19 e o conflito Rússia-Ucrânia, que tem tido efeitos devastadores sobre a economia mundial, incluindo uma subida astronômica dos preços de combustível e uma tendência semelhante sendo projetado para os preços dos produtos alimentares. Esta situação junta-se aos vários desafios pré-existentes, tais como a contração da economia mundial, crises políticas, crescimento do desemprego e sistema de saúde em dificuldades. Os Estados-membros da SADC, sendo parte da aldeia global, não foram poupados por esses desafios e devem, portanto, enfrentá-los diretamente e de maneira acertada. Prezados membros da comissão e distintos participantes, o nosso lema, pelo reforço do papel do Parlamento no combate à corrupção e na proteção da responsabilidade de prestação de contas na região da SADC. Interagir com os parlamentos sobre as modalidades do uso da gestão das finanças públicas na execução de medidas visando lutar contra a corrupção representa uma ocasião oportuna para nós, enquanto parlamentares, submetermos a debate algumas destas questões com vista a encontrarmos soluções para o bem dos cidadãos. Isto é particularmente importante, uma vez que o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC elaborou uma lei modelo da SADC sobre a gestão das finanças públicas como instrumento abrangente, visando ao reforço da transparência e da responsabilidade na gestão das finanças públicas nos Estados-membros da SADC. Prezados membros da comissão e distintos participantes, um sistema satisfatório, transparente e eficaz de gestão das finanças públicas é o fulcro da responsabilidade democrática e da boa governação em qualquer país, por garantir a eficácia na maneira como os recursos públicos são arrecadados, alocados, gastos e justificados. É incontestável que as grandes somas de dinheiro envolvido na gestão das finanças públicas, por um lado, e a discrição que é muitas vezes dada aos funcionários públicos, por outro lado, vão muitas vezes tornar a gestão das finanças públicas vulnerável à corrupção. A corrupção é uma ameaça à democracia, uma vez que não só desgasta a confiança do público nas instituições públicas, como também dificulta o desenvolvimento econômico e agrava a desigualdade, a pobreza, a divisão social e a crise ambiental. Congratulo-me, portanto, com a elaboração da lei modelo sobre a gestão das finanças públicas, uma vez que vai ajudar os países da região a referenciarem e estabelecerem melhores práticas numa altura em que procuram suprimir quaisquer lacunas legislativas, de políticas e de implementação com base nos seus respectivos contextos nacionais. De facto, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC deve ser elogiado por esta iniciativa inovadora que se junta ao crescente corpo de instrumentos regionais e internacionais que oferecem um leque de estratégias visando mitigar os efeitos da corrupção e impelir a região impelir a região em direção à transformação socioeconômica, adotando na visão 2050 da SADC, na Agenda 2063 da União Africana e nos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentáveis Globais. Outros instrumentos importantes para o efeito incluem o Protocolo da SADC contra a corrupção, adotado em agosto de 2001 e que entrou em vigor em 2013. A Convenção da União Africana sobre a prevenção e o combate à corrupção, adotada em 2003 e que entrou em vigor em 2016, e a Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre a corrupção. Caros colegas, distintos participantes, o combate à corrupção é o reforço da responsabilidade democrática através de sistema de gestão das finanças públicas, requer que os parlamentos dos Estados-membros da SADC sejam proativos em garantir a criação de fortes sistemas de gestão de finanças públicas e uma monitoria eficaz dos mesmos para efeito de cumprimento das regras através da fiscalização. O Parlamento deve estar à altura das expectativas dos cidadãos, servindo de fórum público genuíno para escrutínio e freio e contrapesos, ajudando deste modo a quebrar os padrões das armadilhas sociais e do círculo vicioso da corrupção na sociedade. Os parlamentos têm a responsabilidade de assegurar que sejam promulgadas leis e normas adequadas e comprometidas com o progresso, com vista ao reforço da transparência e responsabilidade de prestar contas na gestão das finanças públicas. As leis aprovadas pelo Parlamento deveriam incluir mecanismos e garantias para uma execução efetiva do orçamento, gestão eficiente das receitas arrecadadas, bem como processos de contratação pública justa, competitivos e transparentes. Gostaria de, portanto, reiterar o apelo que foi feito pelo antigo ministro das Finanças da África do Sul, o senhor Tito Mboweni, de que os parlamentos nacionais devem fortalecer os seus respectivos quadros jurídicos anticorrupção, em particular das áreas fundamentais de prevenção, penalização, cooperação internacional, extradição e recuperação de ativos. Ter boas leis contra a corrupção não é suficiente. As leis não são uma parceira para a corrupção. Além das leis, os parlamentos devem também assegurar uma imposição do cumprimento adequado. As forças policiais devem assegurar que os corruptos sejam indiscriminadamente punidos e que sejam rompidos os ciclos da impunidade. Há também necessidade de um bom funcionamento das instituições, incluindo um sistema judiciário independente, uma comunicação social forte e uma sociedade civil vibrante. Os próprios parlamentos devem fortalecer as suas comissões parlamentares competentes e reforçar as suas capacidades técnicas internas de analisar os relatórios financeiros e orçamentais que lhes são apresentados pelos ministérios de departamento do governo. Os parlamentos podem servir-se de recursos tais como os marcos de referência para os parlamentos democráticos na África Austral, produzidos pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC em 2010, os quais estabelecem os padrões mínimos para o quadro jurídico constitucional, imperativos políticos, bem como necessidades institucionais, financeiras, materiais e em termos dos recursos humanos para parlamentos verdadeiramente democráticos. Prezados membros da comissão e distintos participantes, é para mim um motivo de satisfação constatar que nos últimos 2 anos esta comissão contribuiu enormemente para os objetivos do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, adotando-os no seu plano estratégico 2019 a 2023, na Constituição e no regimento interno do Fórum, no que diz respeito ao reforço da responsabilidade democrática, incluindo o combate à corrupção, apesar das limitações impostas pela pandemia da Covid-19. Por exemplo, o programa está a elaborar vários instrumentos de conhecimento destinados ao uso dos parlamentos em fazer face a vários desafios que se lhes colocam no cumprimento das suas tarefas, nomeadamente os princípios e orientações para os parlamentos no combate à corrupção na região da SADC, as diretrizes para os parlamentos na promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos, o manual sobre o papel do parlamento na promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos durante pandemia e outras crises, o estudo de referência sobre os mecanismos e as práticas visando a separação de poderes e freios e contrapesos nos parlamentos nacionais da SADC. Foram também implementadas várias atividades visando o reforço da capacidade dos parlamentos sobre temáticas essenciais de democracia e governação, incluindo as seguintes: o papel do parlamento na prevenção e gestão de conflitos, o papel do parlamento na promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos, o papel do parlamento na promoção do constitucionalismo e do Estado de Direito e o papel do parlamento na promoção de eleições democráticas. Também continuamos a promover a aprendizagem mútua e a troca de experiência entre os membros. A reunião de hoje vai continuar na mesma senda, capacitando os membros da comissão sobre as modalidades do uso do controle parlamentar na gestão das finanças públicas para fomentar a responsabilidade democrática, a abertura e a luta contra a corrupção. Os membros da comissão terão também um contato com as interligações entre a lei e o modelo do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC sobre a gestão das finanças públicas e o protocolo da SADC contra a corrupção, bem como outros instrumentos regionais e internacionais sobre o combate à corrupção, com vista a identificar e explorar oportunidades de adequação do ordenamento jurídico nacional à lei modelo. Vamos concluir com a adoção de recomendações específicas à Assembleia Plenária sobre as áreas prioritárias para a ação pelos parlamentos a nível nacional e regional, visando fortalecer o papel do parlamento no combate à corrupção e promover a responsabilidade de prestar contas através da gestão das finanças públicas na região da SADC. Estou também ciente do fato de que esta reunião decorre numa altura em que fizemos várias recomendações que foram adotadas pela Assembleia Plenária com o objetivo de promover a democracia e a governação na região da SADC, em conformidade com o nosso mandato. Inclui a adoção da incorporação da lei modelo da SADC sobre as eleições nos ordenamentos jurídicos dos Estados-membros, a elaboração da lei modelo da SADC sobre o papel do Parlamento na promoção e proteção do constitucionalismo e do Estado de Direito, e a elaboração da lei modelo sobre as armas ligeiras e de pequeno calibre. Teremos, portanto, a oportunidade de sermos potencializados pelo secretariado, que se tem empenhado incansavelmente sob a orientação da presidente e do vice-presidente da comissão, no sentido de garantir a implementação efetiva das referidas decisões. Esta reunião, decorrendo no fim do mandato da atual liderança da comissão, concluiremos os nossos trabalhos com a eleição do presidente e do vice-presidente, que dirigirão esta comissão nos próximos 2 anos. Estamos gratos ao governo sueco por ter concordado em acrescentar uma componente sobre o fortalecimento da responsabilidade democrática ao existente projeto de saúde e direitos sexuais, reprodutivos e governação. Este é o projeto sobre o qual a nossa reunião de hoje está a ser patrocinada. Contamos com a continuação desta colaboração com a Suécia para a consolidação democrática na região da SADC. Gostaria também de agradecer aos nossos estimados preletores que aceitaram de agraciar a nossa reunião e partilhar os seus conhecimentos especializados que permitirão à Comissão deliberações com pleno conhecimento de causa e propostas devidas recomendações à Assembleia Plenária designadamente. O senhor Jânio Cruz, diretor do Monitor da Responsabilidade na Função Pública, Escola de Jornalismo e Estudo de Médias na Universidade da África do Sul e membro do Grupo de Trabalho Técnico da Lei Modelo sobre a gestão de finanças públicas. A doutora Insara Bondazi, diretora executiva da Bondazi Governança na África do Sul. E Piana Mussopole, funcionário da imposição do cumprimento da luta contra a corrupção, órgão da SADC para os assuntos de política, defesa e segurança, secretariado da SADC. E senhor Titus Guimende, chefe da equipa da representação regional da África, da Fundação Sociedade Aberta África. Agradecemos igualmente aos membros da Comissão Parlamentar Regional de Fiscalização de Leis e Modelos que se juntaram a nós desta reunião e aos membros do Grupo de Trabalho Técnico da Comissão de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos, que vão participar virtualmente. Permitam que eu termine desejando a reunião deliberações muito frutuosa. Tenho agora a singela honra e o privilégio de declarar a reunião da Comissão de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos oficialmente aberta. Muito obrigada. Senhores deputados e senhoras deputadas, passamos então a fazer a análise da ata, a fim de confirmar se constitui o registro fiel da reunião anterior. A análise da ata é feita ponto por ponto, por fim, tomar-se em conta quaisquer diferenças que possam surgir na página dos textos nas 3 línguas oficiais. Vai ser projetado. Página por página. Alguém tem observação? Na página 1. Se não tiver, podemos passar para a página 2. Alguma observação? Alguma observação na página 2? Não havendo, podemos seguir. Não havendo, vamos continuar. Quem tiver alguma observação numa página, acho que vai projetando. Quem tiver uma observação, poderá levantar o braço. Podemos continuar? Podemos continuar? Pode continuar. Podemos continuar. Quem tiver algo vai. Terminamos a apreciação da nossa ata. Creio que ninguém tem alguma observação. A ata reflete aquilo que foi o debate, questões levantadas na reunião passada. Neste momento, submeto à apreciação. Quem propõe a adoção da ata? Senhor Vice-Presidente, faça favor.
Thank you very much. I'll propose the adoption of these minutes.
Quem apoia? Seychelles, o primeiro Seychelles. Tem a palavra, Cargo.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm second the adoption of the minutes.
A nossa ata está devidamente aprovada. Neste momento que devemos dar dizer, depois convidar-se. Okay. Convido você para tomar o lugar agora. Estava a acertar alguma questão com o secretário para a alteração de qualquer coisa, mas neste momento eu convido o secretário para usar a palavra.
Sorry, my sincere apologies, honorable members. I'm trying to share my screen. Just one moment. There we go. Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm going to share 3 documents in respect of the agenda item on matters arising. The first one is the matrix on the resolutions that were taken by the committee previously, and the action that has been taken or is being taken by the Secretariat. The second one is relates to the SADC election calendar. As honorable members would know, by virtue of our mandate, one of the things that the committee deals with is the observation of elections or deployment of election-related missions to member states, and more precisely in recent times, the domestication of the SADC model law on elections. So we are going to project this just to give members a general idea of where elections are taking place between now and 2026 within the SADC region. Thirdly is the work plan for the committee, just to appraise members in terms of the forthcoming activities and where we will require the participation of the members. As I'm projecting on the screen, I request honorable members to refer to the document written resolution implementation matrix for the DGHR committee. The first resolution, honorable members, that I wish to highlight relates to a resolution on enhancing the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and strengthening accountability. As honorable members will recall that in 2020, we convened a meeting under the funding of GIZ, where we were looking at enhancing collaboration between national parliaments and national and regional, state and non-state actors in curbing corruption. And out of there, one of the resolutions was we need to enhance the capacity of parliament to be able to do more to curb corruption and strengthen accountability. So I highlight here that the theme for the committee during its 51st plenary assembly session is towards strengthening the role of parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability in the SADC region, and engaging parliamentarians on how to use public financial management to execute measures to fight corruption. So we are having this theme precisely because of the resolution that was made by the committee to say we need to be enhanced in this regard. And the meeting will strengthen the capacity of members, facilitate their knowledge sharing opportunities, and facilitate adoption of resolution for more parliamentary action to foster democratic accountability, openness, and the curbing of corruption. We also are glad to report to the committee that we have engaged a consultant under GIZ funding, which is GIZ and Australian aid, but development agents, to develop regional principles and guidelines for parliaments in curbing corruption and strengthening accountability. This is a knowledge tool that parliamentarians will be able to use beyond the funding of the project. It's a tool that can be used at national and regional level, and it will provide, among other things, a normative standards in addition to being a knowledge tool for MPs. And once we have received the draft tool, we will also give this committee an opportunity to validate the tool before it is finally adopted. And that still gives the members an opportunity to enhance their knowledge around this topic. The second resolution that we highlight is one relating to enhancing the role of parliament in the promotion and protection of human rights. The honorable members will also remember that one of the areas we have, the committee has focused on in the last 2 years is to strengthen the role of parliament to promote and protect human rights. You will recall that when COVID-19 came, because of the general outcry in terms of violation of human rights, part of it related to government responses to COVID, trying to deal with health and safety issues. There were also challenges related to human rights. These human rights also related, stretched as far as even the most vulnerable of communities who were locked down and sometimes with difficulties to access basic services as required in terms of our constitution's basic services such as health, etc. I remember when the committee met in one session, the chairperson, then now president of Seychelles, highlighting that whatever forms of lockdown that are being implemented by our member states, democracy should not be locked down, human rights should not be locked down. So in this context, we have also engaged a consultant under GIZ funding to develop a regional tool for parliaments in promoting and protecting human rights. And this tool will also be validated by the committee to make sure that whenever we look at the role of parliament in promoting and protecting human rights, it is systematic and not ad hoc or knee-jerk. We also will develop a tool, a handbook that will focus on the role of Parliament in protecting human rights during crisis, drawing lessons from COVID. And we have felt it is necessary to separate the two because the circumstances and context are slightly different. There is one way we have a general role of parliamentarians in promoting and protecting human rights, but when there are circumstances of crisis, the context differs, and therefore we need to develop a handbook that will focus specifically on that. So this is what we are doing. On the third resolution relates to taking measures to promote women's political participation in the SADC region. This one emanates from the general recommendation regarding to electoral outcomes. Honorable members will remember that in recent times, the last election we observed was the pre-election mission to Zambia, and which we did virtually. And like what is happening across the region, there's still challenges with issues of gender equality when it comes to elections. And the committee then said we need to look at what measures can we take to facilitate women participation, political participation in the SADC region. And honorable members will also recall that thematically this matter falls squarely on other committees other than the DG committee. The Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development has a mandate. The Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus also has a mandate around the same. So this activity will take a joint committee approach, but it's being led by the DG committee. Again, under the GIZ other funding, we have contracted a consultant to undertake a region-wide study on the challenges that women face in the running for political positions, and in order to gain deeper and comprehensive understanding of the challenges and assist SADC PF and national parliaments in identifying possible strategies to address the challenges. The importance of undertaking these studies, honorable members, is that we need evidence, we need accurate data for us to be able to make relevant recommendations. And that's why you see in most of the areas we are having to undertake either a study or developing a knowledge tool, because we need to establish baseline, we need research to back whatever recommendations we are going to make to the plenary, to also need evidence to inform our programming. When we recommend then certain activities to be undertaken, they must be anchored on the basis of evidence emanating from research. We will also then, using the outcome of the region-wide study, convene a regional policy dialogue that brings gay-wide, that brings RWPC and our committee to be able to interrogate this matter and make recommendations going forward. Then the fourth item is promote the domestication of the SADC model law on elections in member states. As honorable members will recall, one of the seminal and landmark activities of the committee in the last 5 years has been the development of the SADC model law on elections, which model law anchors on the revised SADC principles and guidelines that were adopted by the Ministerial Council of the organ in 2015. And we developed the SADC model law, and it was adopted in 2018 by the Plenary Assembly. And the committee is mandated to make sure that we deal with issues of domestication, because in the end, the main challenge is that the principles, guidelines, and obligations that are contained in the revised principles continue to be at regional level and not necessarily thoroughly or comprehensively implemented at national level. And therefore, we need to focus on domestication. At the moment, we have resources from under the GIZ ADA project to implement a national engagement workshop in Lesotho, which brings all electoral stakeholders in Lesotho to do an evaluation of the legal framework in Lesotho against the model law on elections. And the Parliament has tentatively confirmed 18 and 19 May as the date for the national engagement process. We will have representation of the committee through the leadership, but this is largely a national activity. What we always strive to do is, if we do have resources for the exposure of members of the DG committee, it is our wish and desire for members to be present. But that must be done in balancing with making sure that there is adequate national representation, because the workshop is national in nature. And Lesotho, as you know, is going to elections later this year, as you see from the SADC election calendar. As a result, we are doing this as a pre-election kind of assessment. The honorable members, the fifth resolution is one relating to the development of model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and rule of law. You recall that at the last two meetings, this committee financed a resolution which was in the report calling for the development of this model law as a way of strengthening Parliament's capacity to be able to deal with issues of separation of powers, in order to then be able to promote constitutionalism and the rule of law. And the last plenary approved the resolution. And arising from that, we have engaged a consultant with funding from Sweden to undertake a baseline study on mechanisms and practices for separation of powers and checks and balances in national parliaments as part of the background work for the development of the model law. Honorable members, in the letter written by the Secretary General to national parliaments, it was indicated that one of the people that must be interviewed is each parliament's representative to this committee. So please make sure that you ask your desk officer, if they have not come to you yet, to complete this questionnaire. It means that that work remains outstanding until you have made your input. We have, through purposive sampling, identified key informants or interviewees that could be interviewed for this purpose. And the member of the DG committee in each parliament is one of those. So please look out, and we will, through the group, be liaising to see where this process is after the committee session. But we would want you to take interest, because you are the committee's representative in your parliament. We are also mobilizing resources to then make sure that when the baseline study has been undertaken, we will have a consultative meeting with all stakeholders where we map the scope and the process of developing this model law. We do not have those resources yet, and that's what we are fundraising for. Then the other last item in terms of decisions, resolutions, Chair, there was also a resolution by the committee adopted by the plenary in the last plenary regarding the development of the model law on small arms and light weapons. And in view of this, we are in consultation with the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, and the Disarmament and Arms Control. These are two international organizations with regards to getting technical support, because it's an area of mutual interest for them, and also to formalize collaboration so that we see what resources do we get, technical, financial, to be able to operationalize this. Parallel to that, the Secretary General has written to the SADC Secretariat requesting for joint planning, because this matter of small arms and light weapons is also a matter of concern to the executive, and they have a program which is being funded under German funding regarding this, and we would want to explore collaboration. That collaboration hasn't taken off yet, but the Secretary General has written to the SADC Secretariat. Lastly, Chair, is to report to the committee that we have established the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Technical Working Group, which is like a group that provides technical support to the program. In terms of, these are individuals drawn from institutions that we collaborate with, so that they bring in technical support. Sometimes they also identify funding opportunities for us. As you know, honorable members, our programming is financed 100% through donor funding. We are meeting today cases of funding provided by Sweden under the Democracy and Governance component in the SRHR and Governance project. And if we do not fundraise, committees may not meet in the manner they're doing. So in this regard, we have formalized a technical working group. So it would be like a think tank or a resource that we tap from. When we meet like we are doing today, we draw resource persons. Some of them will come from that technical working group. So this is established and it's functional, and we are grateful to the organizations that have accepted to serve in this capacity. We will, at the next meeting, share with the members the list of the representatives and the organizations they represent. Chair, I wish to stop this one and proceed to share the one on the election calendar.
Chair.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if should we wait for clarifications after all the presentations, or it would be better to seek clarification after each presentation?
Acho que depende de nós. Se calhar seria bom ele apresentar, depois, em face disso, apresentarmos algumas questões. Mas, salvo melhor sugestão, deputado Ndwene, qual era a tua opinião?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was proposing that we interrogate the presentation done, I mean, as he goes along. Like now he's presented this one, we could seek clarification, then we move along, then we know we are done with the matrix and we move along to the next presentation. Thank you.
Consensual?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I feel I want to second the proposal from Zimbabwe because, as you are aware, I've come to learn that this committee is such very important to the welfare of Southern Africa, and the issues which have been raised are such important that if we don't interrogate the report, we proceed, we may forget what is cardinal. So I propose that we go by the proposal by Zimbabwe, that we interrogate what has been presented. I submit.
Muito obrigado, acolhido a proposta. Então, submeto agora ao debate. Obrigada. Zimbabwe, pode usar a palavra.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Mr. Kurasha for his presentation on the matrix. I just have one clarification or observation that I've noticed. We don't have timelines. Did we not set timelines, or should we not set timelines for ourselves? Because if we have all these objectives and we don't have, and they are open-ended, the committee would tend to relax and we'll just look at the 2 years starting from now. And my wish would be to see timelines set on whatever process that we have. I thank you.
Mais alguém que queira contribuir? Caros colegas, Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mine is an observation from the presentation where it is said that our meetings will solely depend on donor funding. Don't we see that it's very dangerous because we are trying to learn our objectives depending on somebody's wish? Thank you.
Obrigado, Malawi. Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure whether it's appropriate for me to get into where it talks about the promotion of and domestication of the SADC model law on elections in the member states. So I just want the secretary to make more clarification on elections on Lesotho. He spoke about Lesotho, so I just want to have more clarification of what you are saying in connection with Lesotho. Thank you.
Obrigada, Lesotho. Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and the moderator. As I earlier stated that it has come to my attention that this is a very interesting committee. I was quite listening to the presentation by the chairperson and what we have just gone through. However, I just want to get a clarification as to what this SADC committee is doing. As much as we want to promote democracy and good governance, promoting accountability, we are aware that within Southern Africa, we have got countries who attained democracy long time ago, and we have countries which are newly born babies where democracy is concerned. And going through the presentation, haven't heard what measures have been put in place to ensure that even countries, those who have just accepted democracy, can be handled. Because you agree with me that like public finance management in the Republic of Zambia I come from, I was one of the members who sat to work on that document for the Republic of Zambia, being a member of Public Accounts Committee. So in other countries, it's very difficult to go through this process of accepting the public finance management because democracy has just come into those countries. So what I want to know is, what is this committee putting in place regarding countries which have just accepted democracy? Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Zâmbia. Mais algum colega que queira contribuir neste ponto? Não é o caso. Passo agora a palavra ao secretário para alguns esclarecimentos.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and also to appreciate the interest of the members as reflected by the questions, quite diverse, and giving us an opportunity to make sure that members are made aware of more information regarding the work of the committee. The issue of timelines for the matrix. When be assured that when we consider the work plan is timelines. So here we just indicated in progress, in process, but the work plan is distinct when it comes to the timelines. Then the comment, more of a comment from Malawi regarding the concern that we entirely depend on donor funding for programming and commit meetings. Indeed, it is even worse for Secretariat in terms of planning, because every time we must mobilize resources before we can organize activities for the members. And sometimes that's why you even see us organizing virtual activities, because of the challenges with mobilizing resources. It was already difficult before COVID. COVID made it worse. It is even going to be worse with Ukraine, the Russian war, and the diversion of the traditional funders' resources towards those dynamics. Sorry. So it means that the donor countries are going to have to adjust and redirect certain resources that would have been ODA funding that would have positioned for. So it's only going to be more difficult. That brings us to the question of domestic resource mobilization. And honorable members, the budget of the forum is determined and approved by yourselves in the plenary assembly. And contributions that come from member parliaments are decisions of member parliaments for where you come from. So as a result, if this is a matter that the political leadership wants to give reconsideration, it is a matter that you must take up through the national parliament, take up through the plenary assembly when the budget of the forum is presented. But just to confirm that indeed for the Secretariat, it's even more difficult for us to plan in a predictable way when we have to fundraise, and sometimes the fundraising means that we look for areas where there are mutual interest. There are certain areas sometimes where you struggle to raise donor interest because they are not areas where they are not necessarily interested in. So it's a valid concern, and this matter should be taken up by yourselves as the political leadership of the institution. Then the issue of promotion of domestication of the SADC model law, Honorable Zala in Lesotho. So the model law on elections is a tool that was developed to assist member states to domesticate the provisions of the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections into national legislation and national policy. So what we have done post the adoption is using the SADC election calendar and the funding opportunities is then to say which countries do we have donors with interest where we can go and engage so that we either have a pre-election mission, an election mission, or a post-election mission. So in the end, the intention is to make sure that all the SADC countries do domesticate the provisions of the model. The beauty of it, or the opportunity which is there in terms of the domestication, is that after every 5 years, every country is assessed through election observer missions. So as a result, there is usually no debate. It's different from the other matters where you must entice stakeholders to say, we want to come into your country, would you want to listen to this matter? We think that there are gaps. Election observer mission reports lay bare the gaps that are there. So the model law provides an opportunity for us to be able to respond. So what has happened is that we have resources that we have gotten under GIZ and other funding where we could go into the suit. And as a member of the DG committee, you will be part of that meeting. And it is being organized jointly with the Parliament. And we will bring together, as I said, all the stakeholders, because the responsibility in terms of addressing the issues that are in the model law lie with the different role players. There are issues that relate to election management which the Electoral Commission must deal with. There are certain issues that relate to issues of maybe political and electoral conflict where political parties have a role. There are issues related to media where we need to look at the role of media players. There are issues related to the role of the social media and sometimes violence that is churned out through social media targeting women. And so it's a basket of issues, and therefore a basket of stakeholders that we will bring. So we bring the regional dimension through the leadership of the committee to make sure that we share information in terms of benchmarking. But this is primarily a national activity. Then the issue of how do we respond to the different countries that are at different levels in terms of democratic development through our programming. SADC Parliamentary Forum is a membership-driven organization, and as such, our programming targets all the member states, irrespective of where they are in terms of the democratization process. And in the end, what we have learned through programs such as election observation is that countries are at different levels in terms of development regarding different things. There's no one single country that will not learn from the other country, regardless of when did it get its own independence. So as a result, one of the beauty of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, bringing parliamentarians from the different countries of the region, is that we learn from each other. We peer learn, we share experiences. So our programming targets all the countries. As long as we have resources, we have identified our priorities, as we will see through the resolutions of the committee and the mandate of the committee. Ideally, we would even want to rotate the holding of activities in different member states. One of the limiting factors, of course, is the issue of cost, where you realize that if we were to hold activities in other countries other than South Africa, almost all of us would need to travel 2 legs before we get to the venue of the meeting. And as a result, sometimes it becomes prohibitive in terms of cost. But otherwise, we would really want the activities to be circulated. And this is actually the policy of the institution, so that every country identifies with the activities and they feel that they are part and parcel of this process. So all our activities will always be spread across the countries to make sure that we draw lessons from each other. Chair, at this juncture, I think I wish to stop here.
Muito obrigado, senhor secretário, pelas suas respostas muito exaustivas, que eu creio que deixou a nós todos melhor esclarecidos. Passo agora a convidar para falar do segundo ponto.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to project the elections calendar and share with the members accordingly. So the SADC election calendar, which is on your screens. So we just did it by country from 2022 this year to 2026. Angola will have its presidential elections in August 2022, and it will also have its National Assembly elections in 2022. The honorable members, through the chair, you are free to make input regarding the situation in your country, just in case we may not have captured it correctly. And Botswana, the next election is 2024. The president is elected by the National Assembly, so the elections there are National Assembly elections. DRC is due for elections in 2023, both presidential and National Assembly. Eswatini, there are no presidential elections. As you know, they use a parliamentary system where there is a prime minister who is elected by who is appointed by the monarch. So through the technology system, Eswatini uses a system where there are two levels of elections. There are primary elections, quite separate from the understanding of conventional primary elections in a party system. In the technology system, the primary elections are as important, if not more important, than the secondary election. So if there is opportunity and resources, ordinarily it would be good to observe both. I did not know this until we observed elections in Eswatini. So if you miss the primary elections, you will be like the person who has missed the main meal and then come to take part in a dessert. That's how the system is structured. And Honorable Matebula can attest. Then Lesotho has the primary elections, National Assembly elections in 2022, probably September. Yes. And they also use a parliamentary system, so there is no presidential elections. Madagascar is a presidential elections first round in 2023 and the National Assembly in 2024. Malawi, the presidential elections will be in 2025 and the National Assembly in 2024. The variation from where we stand and we can be corrected emanated from the challenges around the presidential elections, which then changed the tenure of the presidential election, which used to run concurrently with the tenure of parliament. So we would wish to get feedback from Malawi. I saw him not so naughty. Mauritius, they also have elections in 2024, presidential elections where the president is elected by the National Assembly and the National Assembly elections in the same year. Mozambique also falls in the same category, 2024 for both. Seychelles, 2025 for both. South Africa, 2024 for both, with the president elected by the National Assembly. Tanzania, the two elections are in 2025. Zambia in 2026 and Zimbabwe in 2023 for both. Chair, at this juncture, I hand over to you and would like to receive feedback of the members. As I said, we are sharing this information because part of the mandate of this committee relates to promotion of democratic elections in member states through the domestication of the SADC model law on elections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I must just say that I think one of the most important works that this committee can do is election monitoring. And I think one of the things that we haven't done enough of is election monitoring. The two important programs that we did was the election monitoring for Zambia before the Zambian elections. And two of our colleagues then went, as you'll read in the report, to Venezuela. But I think it's important that election monitoring starts at home. And with what you're seeing here, there's going to be a whole lot of elections taking place in the next 2-3 years, that the election monitoring starts here. And I think one of the most important things that has been said, election monitoring doesn't start a week or a month before elections. It actually starts the day after the last elections, because that's when the governments start planning to try and keep power, is the day after the last elections. So what we found, the president and myself, what I found very useful was actually the virtual meeting with Zambia was very useful, because we actually got to speak to, through the secretariat, we got to meet with a whole host of people in a few days, but we were able to meet with the top people in a closed room over a small session quicker. So it was actually more effective and more cost saving. And I think that it's important that we look through our role model laws, and maybe election monitoring doesn't have to always be us arriving in a big place and allowing that government to show us the places they want to show us. But maybe it starts off with us maybe having virtual meetings with stakeholders in the country, and it could be including then the whole committee can be involved in the actual first virtual meetings. And then we go to, a few people going in to visit the actual country and going to the areas where they believe from the interviews, they believe that they want to go. They tell the secretariat where they believe it's important that we go. So I'm going to take a few hands for comments or clarity seeking questions, or if you want to suggest something further from what you've seen in the timetable or correction, please just raise your hands, please. Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like our secretary to give us more clarification on the difference between primary elections and secondary elections, especially in Eswatini. I can't understand how it goes.
Yes, Malawi.
Just to put clarity, Malawi will hold its tripartite elections in 2025. Thank you.
Great. Any further comments or? Yes, Angola.
Muito obrigado. Era para dizer que, de facto, Angola tem eleições em agosto deste ano. E eu não sei se aqui o secretariado fez alguma proposta a Angola para fazer alguma reunião virtual ou presencial para ter mais elementos sobre as eleições. As eleições estão em preparação. Obrigado.
Okay. Mr. Courage.
Chair, thank you very much. Maybe let me start with the comment that the chair makes, which is very critical. So usually when we deploy throughout the election cycle, pre-election, election, and post-election. So ordinarily where majority of the members get to participate is the main election observation mission, which then covers pre-polling, polling, and counting and declaration of results. Pre-election tends to be a technical mission. where few selected members, maybe chairperson and vice, or other, the maximum of 2 because of cost and the nature of it being a technical mission. Fewer members participate when we do it physically. But when we have done it virtually, it has enabled all the members to also then participate and get an opportunity to learn. One of the challenges we have faced is what I would characterize as asymmetrical knowledge of the role of the committee in elections amongst the members because of the changes that come. Some members are new, and when they come, maybe our activities are not focusing a lot on elections, so they don't get to learn enough. We also, they may be not have observed elections. We don't have an opportunity to train them, although we are actually the ones that train. We do not then set up a program to train members, so they have limited knowledge. But when we have undertaken virtual pre-election consultations, it has really given all the members an opportunity to participate, and I found that to be helpful. I remember Honorable Siliva was very new when he took part in the Zambian pre-election mission. And we got him to chair some of the sessions with stakeholders. And from where we stand, that is empowering. It allows the members to also learn and come on board. So we would want to propose that even where we may have resources for undertaking pre-election missions, the pre-election and post-election missions, we continue to also explore the opportunities for virtual to allow to broaden participation of the committee. And this is the approach we are going to take. This links well with the person from Honorable Nesman regarding our participation in Angola. We will engage because our participation is facilitated through National Assembly, which makes sure that we are invited by the Electoral Commission. Yes, and then we take it from there. So we will be following up and making sure that this is done, and we'll keep you as the proxy member of the DG informed so that if there are any things that we may need facilitation with, the SG's office will be able to liaise with you. Then the issue of the primary and secondary elections in Eswatini, probably to be, we may get an opportunity in the future to explore further, but the beauty of it, Chair, is that we actually have a member from Eswatini. And if the Chair agrees, probably we could give the member from Eswatini, who is a product of the same process, to share with the members how the primary and secondary elections happen. If there are anything that I think would be necessary to add, I could add. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Basically, a constituency is made out of chiefdoms. For an example, in my constituency, I have 4 chiefdoms. Primary elections are basically elections that takes place within the chiefdom. And secondary elections, it's where you compete with other hopefuls from the other chiefdoms. And then whoever then wins there represents the constituency as a whole. But anyone who needs clarity on this, we can take it even outside this meeting for more clarity.
Yeah, sure. Chair, that is well in order. Through you, Chair, I'm noticing that our next presenter is indicating that he will struggle to go beyond 11:45, and as a result, if the Chair concurs, we might have to allow him to present, because today is a Sunday, it's a public holiday. We had secured their understanding to participate in our meetings, and we are grateful. and would not want to inconvenience them any further. As I speak, he is in the meeting, J. Cruz, and he is hearing that we are trying to address his plea. So at this juncture, Chair, if there is no objection, I would propose that we move to that session, and then we can come back to complete the presentation. What was outstanding is the work plan, and then we would have completed the matters arising.
So we're going to then ask for our guest speaker to take the floor now. I'm going to be listening on the virtual platform. Unfortunately, I have to get to the side meeting. So please, the guest speaker can come to the front, and then after the guest speaker, we will have a break. Well, after question time, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then the guest speaker, we will then continue with the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The speaker is actually online. J. Cruz. Honorable members, J. Cruz is from is the Director for Public Service Accountability Monitor, PSA, PSAM, of School of Journalism and Media Studies at Rhodes University in South Africa, and is a member of the Technical Working Group on Public Financial Management for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And he is our resource person for this session on reflections on the public financial management, how parliamentarians can utilize parliamentary control to foster democratic accountability and curbing corruption. Essentially, we're looking at part 6 of the model law on public financial management relating to parliamentary control, including checks and balances and mechanisms and practices and functions and powers of public accounts committees. We will also use this opportunity for members to also share experience after the presenter has made his presentation. Jay, the chairperson has given you the floor. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all honourable members. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with you this morning, and apologies for requesting that my session commence. I'm just unfortunately under time constraints. It is a privilege to be part of your session this morning, and also greetings to my colleagues who are fellow resource persons. I don't know how many of the members of the Standing Committee for Democratisation, Governance and Human Rights have had an opportunity as of yet to consider the draft model law. I am screen sharing it with you this morning. I will keep an eye on the chat and endeavour to respond there as well. The drafting process is at a fairly advanced stage, and there's been a significant number of consultations that the SADC PF have enabled and fostered over the past few months. When I last counted, there were 17 sessions involving a diversity of stakeholders involved in and interested in the model law, including consultations with various standing committees, various constituencies, Auditor General's offices for Supreme Audit institutions, prosecutors responsible for prosecuting financial management crimes, World Bank, IMF, donors, the likes. So there's been an extensive consultation process involving the legal drafter, who was appointed some time back. Daniel Greenberg, CB, is the legal drafter, and I'm a member of the technical working group. Very briefly, I'm previously a lawyer by profession. I work at Rhodes University in South Africa, and have some experience engaging with PFM legislation. So yeah, I wanted to briefly run you through key provisions as they relate, I think, to parliamentary oversight, and I would invite questions from members, either via the chat or, of course, using the Zoom platform and with the assistance of the Secretary and the Secretary General just to get guidance. I'll just enlarge the view. So I've taken the liberty, if I may, of highlighting certain key provisions in the model law. And initially, there's of course sections dealing with rationale and objectives, and emphasizing the purpose of a model law. And of course, it's there to support and enable more effective, efficient utilization of public funds, but also to support parliamentary oversight and to hopefully address certain gaps that may exist in member states' existing laws. It also, of course, in the rationale notes the kind of frailties and deficits in budgets and the impacts of debt. But significantly, I've heard from members this morning, of course, the pressures that countries are facing amidst the COVID pandemic. The model law at the outset notes some of the challenges that we face in the region. These challenges are not necessarily particular to the SADC region, but certainly you'll see there on pages 3 the constraints, narrow ambit of reports related to public accounts committees, the lack of enforcement powers.
Hi, Jay. We seem to be struggling with your connection a bit. Your bandwidth is a bit low. Maybe you could take off the video. Thanks very much.
Noting that, thank you for that intervention. And I also note that thanks for the input in the chat, that the draft was validated by the joint sitting of the SADC PF standing committees on 28 and 29 April, which is a welcome step in the process. I note that there's also feedback there that a number of members are fairly familiar with this, so I won't spend too much time then on certain aspects. I will drill down into key areas and invite comments and questions. It's of course the model law consists of 16 parts. There are elements that we wanted to explore this morning were particularly part 6 relating to parliamentary control. I wanted to touch briefly on part 11 relating to financial misconduct and misuse, and efforts and concerns surrounding corruption and attempts to reduce that as a prevalence in member states. There are clauses dealing with cryptocurrencies, and of course, I think welcome clauses relating to definitions of who are public authorities. Looking at the specific provisions, clause 9, which follows the preamble, explores the purpose behind the act, and I'll get there shortly. Just give me a moment. Trust the bandwidth has improved. But clause 9 is at pages 15, I believe. There we go. Just give it a moment. This is just the index giving us an overview of the various parts. But yeah, as I indicated, we've got the pertinent parts for purposes of this presentation. I wanted to share with colleagues was one, that the application of the Act applies to all public authorities. There have been concerns raised that PFM laws across certain member states aren't sufficiently wide enough to cater for various authorities or functions that are rendering a public function but aren't necessarily explicitly subjected to the PFM laws in place. So there's the definition of a public authority under the definition section. This is at pages 23 of the draft. If members have a hard copy to hand or are paging through their own online, but an extensive definition there, which was prompted by inputs from contributors to the model law. The clause I was earlier referring to, of course, clause 9, emphasizes the purpose of the Act to foster accountability, transparency, independence, and modernity. And clause 9D, the emphasis on parliamentary oversight of public resources, including through this committee and others at a regional level. An important clause dealing with measurable outcomes and encouraging states to craft these as a means to support parliamentary oversight as well as citizen oversight over budget choices and budget implementation. The principles, I think, are certainly ones which I found extremely useful from a South African perspective, and one which I will be engaging with the South African authorities on. I think these principles here are very well crafted. There is a transparency principle, there is an accountability and participation principle. We see from the Open Budget Survey results that participation in budget processes and decisions around public funds are really low globally. There is a significant challenge to enabling more effective participation by communities. And I think the accountability and participation principle is a welcome component of the model law. And I would encourage this committee to deliberate on it and its potential for enabling greater parliamentary oversight and narrowing the gap between communities and the executive and representatives of oversight at the parliamentary level. The next things I'd like to turn to, beyond the values, of course, this is an explicit provision in the draft model law. It doesn't appear within the preamble. It is a clause that, if adopted by a member state, would be actionable and would give teeth to oversight and accountability aspirations. So the values clause is clause 12. I won't dwell on part 3, which deals with your ministry and the minister and secretary at the finance level. I'm sure members are acutely aware of their role and their responsibilities there. I will move quickly along. I wanted to take members down somewhat to part 6, which of course is squarely on point and relevant to members of parliament. This is clauses 38 onwards. Again, emphasizing the role of the parliamentary engagement principle and encouraging the committees at parliamentary level to employ a range of mechanisms to support their role and responsibilities. I'm keeping an eye on the chat in the event that there are any inputs there regarding this or any other part or section of the draft model law. Clause 38.4 emphasizes that rather 39.4 emphasizes that in exercising these functions, parliamentary engagement shall be applicable to the Minister, the Auditor General, and the Speaker of Parliament. So really bringing under the rubric of the Parliament significant role players in this process of parliamentary oversight. I haven't dwelled or emphasized the powers and responsibilities given to the Auditor General, but of course a key actor in auditing public funds and their range of I would submit progressive clauses here to support these officers, support their role in auditing public funds and then reporting to members at parliaments. And so these clauses here are quite extensive. They also emphasize the importance of appointing and ensuring that the Auditor General's office is independent. is able to fulfill its role without influence. Mindful of time, I will proceed on. I'd like to just look at part 11, if members will allow me. Just scroll down there. One clause that I wanted to just touch on briefly was the clause relating to consultation around the budget, and in calling upon the Finance Ministry to involve not just members, of course, but ordinary citizens, giving the minister powers to issue guidance, powers, this is clause 63.4. Scrolling has just messed with me there. I'll just go back there. Maybe the budget consultation. We had to, in the drafting process, strike a balance between being too general and as opposed to being too prescriptive. The sessions that the SADC-PF have arranged in the last few months were at pains to explain the need to give member states the powers to create regulations or guidance notes. And again, in these clauses here, we see the PFM model law encouraging committees at parliamentary level to develop standing orders to support their role. I will just touch briefly on the PFM model law invites or requires the minister to develop a statement on fiscal sustainability, given the financial pressures that countries are and historically experience. There is a clause dealing with illicit financial flows. This is clause 67, again requiring a statement on illicit financial flows, given the serious effects that they have on public funds. There's a government borrowing clause, which I won't go into given the time constraints, but I'll shortly get to part 11, dealing with financial misconduct, misuse, and maladministration. The procurement clauses, again, are around ensuring efficiency and transparency in procurement, and again, there is a procurement principle explicitly provided for in the model law. And emphasizing, I think clause 102 is a significant and critical clause around ensuring that public resources are managed and used in accordance with the PFM principles, and that there is care exercised in the use of those resources. Conflict of interest clause as well, to try and reduce the potential for misuse or people to act in their private interests. And then a scrutiny clause empowering Auditor General's officers to interrogate the use of public funds. Whole of government accounts, I think, is also a clause that seeks to ensure that money is not off budget, money is not concealed, money is reported on, budgets are made available if member states seek to adopt such a clause if they don't have it in their existing PFM laws. So that's clause 109. And lastly, here we have part 11, which relates to financial misconduct, misuse, and maladministration. This is on page 72 of the model law. It's clauses 118 onwards. It, of course, identifies first and foremost who is a public official, a broad definition there, and then goes into define an offence of public financial misconduct. This is at clause 119 of the model law. It does provide for a defence, which is not an unusual clause in jurisdictions that have this provision. And then there's a clause dealing with misuse of funds and defines what that is. That clause is 120. And then there is a maladministration clause at 121. You'll note that there aren't any penalty clauses. That is leaving that up to the member states. It's explained in the footnote there, but the maladministration clause is at 121. And then significantly, clause 122 dealing with recovery, really seeking to recover funds that have been misused and send out a message to the public, and of course those implicated that there will be consequences for actions if allegations are investigated and followed on. There is also a clause dealing with cryptocurrencies, which given their rise to prominence. And then lastly, at the end of the model law, there are a range of powers given to issue guidance notes, regulations, and provisions that would support the effective implementation of the model law. Clause 136 deals with contraventions and the implications where there is a contravention that is in fact a criminal offence. But again, the penalties are subject to the jurisdictions and the precedent that has been set in countries. I now would like to turn and invite any comments, questions from members, and thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to address you this morning.
Muito obrigada, o nosso apresentador. Caros colegas, o tempo é nosso para apresentar as questões. Passo a palavra. Vamos ganhar o tempo é escasso. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the resource person. I think most of these issues were interrogated thoroughly in the previous days, and this is why you hear silence from honorable members. It doesn't mean we were not listening, but most issues were raised there. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Seychelles, por favor.
Good morning once. Okay, thank you. Good morning once again. I will just start from where my colleague from Zimbabwe stopped. Actually, we have been seeing this document all the way long. But my question in my mind, especially I'm a new member of parliament, a young man, and also a member of Seychelles Public Financial Committee. We call it FPAC at home. So I'm checking if other countries are already practices what is about on the laws itself. So what is the way forward for the country who already applicable of the laws itself? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Muito obrigado. Seychelles. Mais colega quer intervir?
I note that there's somewhat of an echo.
Não havendo, devolvo a palavra ao nosso. Zambia, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And thank you. Is it a doctor? Can I call him a doctor? I need to get, or is a professor? I don't know. As the honorable member from Zimbabwe has presented, actually, if your eyes were sharp, at one point you saw me talking to my honorable here that the issues we are going through are the issues which were being ran through. However, I've got one concern. In the Republic of Zambia, we have got an issue to do with the retrospective authority. And Madam Chair, I haven't heard this issue being talked about. Retrospective authority is where a permanent secretary uses money without authority from the Department of Finance or from ST, and then after he uses that money, then he comes back to ask for authority. And I hope in all countries in SADC, they could have this issue. And secondly, also, there's an issue of ceiling, an amount where a permanent secretary can spend without getting authority. So I haven't heard these two issues being talked about. Perhaps maybe they're only practiced in my country, and in the other SADC countries, they're not an issue. So I wanted the moderator, if he can elaborate on that.
Muito obrigada, Zâmbia. Alguém mais queira? Outro colega que queira intervir? Não havendo, devolvo agora a palavra ao nosso orador. Por favor.
Thank you. Thank you for the two questions from the, I take it from the member from Seychelles and the member from representing Zambia. The first question relating to the application of PFM laws in member states. Certainly from my experience in South Africa, having engaged with its PFM law, which was enacted in the year 2000, I do see elements of the model law that aren't adequately catered for in the South African PFM law. And I intend to engage with the Ministry of Finance and Treasury officials to encourage consultation and consideration of recommendations in clauses in the model law that I think would support more effective accounting by both provincial and national departments, but so too the National Treasury. So it is certainly an opportunity for engagement around clauses that aren't reaching or aren't ensuring appropriate levels of accountability. And I think that's the departure point from our experience, is that we have a tendency to see findings from the Auditor General's office where there is at times quite extensive non-adherence or non-compliance with PFM laws and with little or insufficient consequence management. So I see some of the provisions in the model law as strengthening conversations on how we can improve the current gaps in the legislation, for instance, in the South African context. The question around a retrospective authority is a good one as well. I would direct the member to clause 78 of the model law. It appears on page 57 of the model law. It's clause 78. and it's under the heading Unauthorized Expenditure, Clause 78, Unauthorized Expenditure. And it gives the power to the minister to make regulations about the treatment for budgetary purposes of expenditure that has not been authorized in accordance with this part. I think this may be applicable to the question that you pose, and the regulations there that the clause invites a minister to make Clause 78.2 says regulations may in particular make provision for retrospective approval by Parliament in exceptional circumstances on the written recommendation of the Finance Secretary, the Minister, and the Auditor General. So that's a clause that seeks to better regulate that kind of a practice where a secretary seeks retrospective approval. Whether it meets with your particular requirements, I invite further engagement on that. But yeah, I think Clause 78 is applicable to the scenario that you have sketched. I return to the Secretary and members for any further questions. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor Cruz, pela sua apresentação, que foi muito informativa. E chegado a este tempo, agradeço pela sua forma de abordagem e esperamos que voltamos a nos ver noutra ocasião, quando tivermos uma outra sessão. Muito obrigada. E neste momento terminamos a segunda parte desta sessão e passo a apresentar o relatório da missão à Venezuela. Primeiro, caros colegas, passo a apresentar o relatório da missão da Comissão de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos à República Bolivariana da Venezuela. Enquadramento contextual. Em conformidade... Desculpe, tirar a máscara. Em conformidade com o seu objetivo de melhorar a integridade eleitoral dos Estados-membros da SADC através da promoção de reformas eleitorais visando eleições credíveis, livres e justas e guiando-se pela sua Constituição e pelos planos estratégicos consecutivos, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC tinha se destacado como um proponente-chave de eleições democráticas. Através desse papel, o Fórum tinha não só estado na dianteira da elaboração de quadros normativos destinados a guiar sistemas eleitorais e práticas de gestão eleitoral, como também tinha garantido a participação de parlamentares de ambos os sexos na própria observação de eleições nos Estados-membros e na promoção da implementação de reformas eleitorais através de várias missões eleitorais que são desdobradas ao longo de todos os ciclos eleitorais. A crescente influência do Fórum como principal ator regional na promoção da democracia e governação, incluindo das eleições democráticas, foi reconhecido por várias estruturas envolvidas em processos eleitorais dentro e fora da região. Por exemplo, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC desempenhou um papel fundamental na revisão do texto de 2004 dos princípios e orientações da SADC que regem eleições democráticas, que resultou na versão revista de 2015. A nível internacional, o Fórum foi uma das apenas 3 organizações africanas que deram seu aval à Declaração dos Princípios para a Observação Eleitoral Internacional 2005, que reuniu todos os atores mundiais envolvidos na observação eleitoral. Tendo em conta o que precede e no âmbito da tentativa de fortalecimento dos laços históricos de solidariedade entre a SADC e a República Bolivariana da Venezuela, e com vista a promover a cooperação Sul-Sul, o Fórum enviou uma missão diplomática e de estudo à Venezuela para participar na observação das eleições regionais e municipais daquele país, realizado em 21 de novembro de 2021. A delegação do Fórum foi integrada por 2 deputados, 2 funcionários do Fórum e um funcionário parlamentar. A missão esteve na Venezuela de 17 a 23 de novembro de 2021. A mesma foi chefiada pela presidente da Comissão Permanente de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos, deputada Jerônima Agostinho, parlamentar da Assembleia da República de Moçambique, que é também membro da Comissão Executiva do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, e o vice-presidente da delegação foi um outro membro da Comissão de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos, deputado Douglas Nduweni, parlamentar do Zimbábue, e também membro da Comissão Executiva do Fórum. A missão foi apoiada pela diretora de Corporação, Governação e ponto focal dos assuntos parlamentares, senhor Sheunene Curacha, o senhor o Jaime Ezequiel Numaio, funcionário do Parlamento de Moçambique. Em conformidade com o mandato da missão diplomática e de estudo, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e a República Bolivariana de Venezuela, o trabalho da referida missão teve como incidência o reforço dos laços da solidariedade e o aprofundamento da cooperação durante o período de observação das eleições. O interesse específico relativamente às eleições foi a apreciação do sistema eleitoral e dos processos eleitorais até a apuração dos votos e declaração dos resultados. No centro das atenções da missão esteve o balanço das lições tiradas da experiência para o benefício do Fórum e dos seus parlamentos membros. Instrumentos orientadores. O trabalho da missão baseou-se no instrumento eleitoral de referência do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, nomeadamente a Lei Modelo da SADC sobre as eleições adotadas pelo Fórum em 2018 para orientar os trabalhos membros da SADC na transposição para os ordenamentos jurídicos nacionais e implementação das obrigações constantes nos princípios e orientações da SADC que regem eleições democráticas. Fez também referência aos vários instrumentos eleitorais regionais e internacionais, incluindo as normas e padrões para as eleições na região da SADC em 2001, a Carta Africana sobre Democracia, Eleições e Governação, 2007, e a Declaração dos Princípios para a Observação Eleitoral Internacional, 2005. Interações com as partes interessadas. A missão serviu-se de abordagens multifacetas para a recolha de informações, incluindo conversações com várias estruturas envolvidas no processo eleitoral. No decorrer das referidas conversações, a missão guiou-se pelos princípios de imparcialidade, neutralidade, abrangência, transparência, caráter inclusivo e objetividade. Encontro com a Aliança Bolivariana para os Povos de Neutra América, Tratado de Comércio e dos Povos. A missão manteve um encontro bilateral com o secretário-geral da Aliança Bolivariana para os Povos de Neutros América, Tratado de Comércio dos Povos, ALBA, TCP, Sua Excelência Sacha Sérgio Loretti Solis, o secretário-geral da ALBA, TCP, manifestou o seu agrado pelo intercâmbio bilateral com o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. O secretário-geral disse estar esperançoso pelo aprofundamento da solidariedade e da cooperação entre as duas organizações, tendo em consideração os valores comuns de diplomacia e de respeito pela igualdade das nações e da integridade territorial de cada Estado-membro da ONU. Valores esses que eram adotados na Carta da ONU, da Carta da ONU. Elogiou também a SADC pelo posicionamento cheio de princípio contra as tendências unilateralistas de atuação fora do quadro da ONU, demonstrado por alguns países. Para o efeito, o secretário-geral disse que estão em curso procedimentos visando a assinatura de um memorando de entendimento entre a ALBA-TCP e o secretariado do Fórum da SADC. Referiu também que a ALBA-TCP não tinha nenhum ramo parlamentar, mas tinha planos de andamento para a criação do referido ramo, observando que o Fórum estava prestes a abraçar um novo começo, consubstanciando na sua iminente transformação em Parlamento Regional da SADC. O secretário-geral acrescentou que a sua instituição tinha muito que aprender das experiências do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC enquanto fórum. Na mesma ótica, a ALBA-TCP seguiria de perto os acontecimentos antes, durante e depois do processo de transformação. Manifestou confiança de que a decisão de se criar um parlamento regional era um passo na direção certa e traria resultados positivos no interesse do desenvolvimento da região da SADC. Na sua resposta, a chefe da missão do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC agradeceu ao secretariado-geral por ter concordado em encontrar os integrantes da sua missão e esclareceu que a SADC partilhava os mesmos valores de solidariedade e de igualdade das nações, desde os tempos em que a região lutava contra a colonização, o apartheid e o imperialismo. A deputada Jerônima Agostinho reiterou a importância da diplomacia e a cooperação internacional, tendo acrescentado que desafios globais comuns, tais como a pandemia de Covid-19, as alterações climáticas, o terrorismo, as crises humanitárias e a desigualdade, quereriam que as nações encontrassem vias para juntar esforços. Manifestou a prontidão do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC de colaborar com a ALBA-TCP, incluindo os seus esforços visando criar uma instituição parlamentar e regional. encontro com a Missão Eleitoral Independente, CNE. A missão teve uma sessão informativa com a CNE, juntamente com outros observadores internacionais. A sessão informativa incluiu o quadro jurídico e a organização geral das eleições regionais e municipais de 2021, incluindo as auditorias pré- e pós-votação do sistema de votação automatizada, com vista a garantir a segurança e a transparência. A CNE informou também aos observadores que as sanções unilaterais impostas à Venezuela se destinavam a desestabilizar economicamente o país e influenciar os resultados eleitorais, mas tinha fracassado, uma vez que o povo da República Bolivariana de Venezuela continuava a ser unido e patriótico. Interações da missão com outras entidades. A missão pode também, juntamente com outros observadores internacionais, interagir com outras entidades, entre os quais o presidente da República, o ministro dos Negócios Estrangeiros, os partidos políticos e organizações da sociedade civil, bem como assistiu ao comício de campanha realizado pelos partidos políticos e atividades eleitorais nas províncias. Durante a sessão informativa com o ministro dos Negócios Estrangeiros, o chefe adjunto da missão do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC teve a oportunidade de se dirigir aos presentes. Na sua locução, o deputado Ndewene expressou a solidariedade do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC com o povo da Venezuela em face das sanções econômicas impostas ao país e disse que o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC estava pronto a sustentar a cooperação em áreas de interesse mútuo. Na sua intervenção, o presidente da República de Venezuela, Sua Excelência Nicolás Maduro, assegurou que o país estava comprometido com os ideais da democracia e que as eleições regionais e municipais de 2021 eram mais uma oportunidade de o país demonstrar a sua firme intenção de afirmar a sua autodeterminação num contexto de investidas unilaterais e injustificadas por parte dos países que tinham imposto sanções contra a Venezuela. Informou igualmente aos observadores eleitorais internacionais que o país tinha conseguido vacinar a maioria da sua população contra a Covid-19, apesar de tentativas vigorosas lançadas por alguns países visando impedir que a Venezuela tivesse acesso às vacinas. Informou também que o país tinha comprado equipamento de proteção individual suficiente para garantir a segurança da população votante e dos agentes eleitorais durante o processo de votação. Observações e lições tiradas das eleições regionais e municipais de 2021 na Venezuela. A missão observou várias boas práticas e lições do decurso do seu trabalho como missão diplomática e de estudo à Venezuela. As seguintes foram algumas das observações e lições chaves para o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e os seus parlamentos membros. Necessidade de reforçar a solidariedade e cooperação entre o Fórum Parlamentar e a ALBA-TCP e a República Bolivariana da Venezuela. Havia necessidade de reforçar a solidariedade e a cooperação entre o Fórum Parlamentar e a ALBA, bem como com a Venezuela, no contexto da promoção da cooperação Sul-Sul. O fato de o secretário-geral da ALBA-TCP ter dito que a região da América Latina estava a pensar em criar uma instituição parlamentar regional e desejaria aproveitar lições a partir das experiências do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, é prova do reconhecimento do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC como uma instituição legislativa regional madura. Confirmou também a existência de pontos comuns para a cooperação mútua entre a SADC e a região da América Latina. O uso das máquinas de votação automática com comprovante impresso verificável e outros instrumentos informativos na gestão eleitoral. O processo eleitoral na Venezuela decorreu visivelmente sem sobressaltos, graças às máquinas de votação automática que permitiram a verificação do voto, a apuração e a declaração dos resultados instantâneas. A missão reconheceu que havia uma oportunidade para os Estados-membros da SADC falarem com a Venezuela sobre o possível fornecimento de máquinas de votar automatizadas com comprovante impresso. É digno de realce que a Namíbia ensaiou o uso de máquinas de votação eletrônica na SADC em 2014, mas acabou por abandoná-las e reverteu-se para os boletins de voto devido à falta de comprovante impressão. Desta forma, a Namíbia e com ela a região da SADC tinham perdido a oportunidade de beneficiar das vantagens do uso de máquinas de votar automatizadas, incluindo a capacidade de declarar os resultados eleitorais na hora, afastando deste modo a desnecessária ansiedade por parte dos votantes. A missão apelou, portanto, aos Estados-membros da SADC para ponderarem seriamente aproveitar esta tecnologia para reformar os seus procedimentos eleitorais e melhorar a credibilidade dos seus processos eleitorais. Auditoria pré-votação e auditoria pós-votação. O quadro normativo eleitoral inclui uma auditoria pré-votação e pós-votação imediata de pelo menos 30% das máquinas de votar automatizadas e dos resultados eleitorais correspondentes, sob o olhar atento dos representantes dos partidos políticos. Isto garantia a transparência do processo de votação e dos resultados eleitorais. Outras ferramentas usadas durante as eleições incluíram a verificação eletrônica de cada eleitor. Isto fez com que o processo fosse rápido e harmonioso. Realização das eleições durante a pandemia de Covid-19. O processo eleitoral, incluindo as campanhas, a votação e o apuramento dos resultados, tudo aconteceu no estrito respeito dos protocolos da Covid-19. Foram adquiridos EPI suficientes para os eleitores e agentes eleitorais e medidas tais como o distanciamento físico foram visivelmente observados ao longo do processo eleitoral. Procedimentos de votação agilizados. Observou-se que os procedimentos de votação foram muito agilizados, tendo havido até 5 mesas de voto dentro de cada assembleia de voto. Isto suavizou e acelerou o processo de votação, reduzindo o tempo que os eleitores tinham de passar na fila de espera para votar. Disposições tomadas para eleitores com necessidades especiais. A missão registrou que foram acauteladas medidas deliberadas para garantir que os eleitores com necessidades especiais, tais como as mulheres gestantes, os portadores de deficiência, as pessoas que cuidavam de criancinhas, os idosos e os doentes, entre outras categorias de votantes, tivessem facilidades para exercer o seu direito de votar. Foram observadas mesas de voto especificadas para esses eleitores para que fossem atendidos com celeridade. era claramente patente que todos os agentes eleitorais tiveram uma formação para identificarem e ajudarem as referidas pessoas para lançarem os seus votos no mínimo tempo necessário e levaram esta tarefa a sério. O ambiente antes, durante e depois das eleições. A missão observou que o ambiente em toda a extensão do território nacional foi pacífico antes, durante e depois do dia de votação. Não foram notificados casos de violência ou restrições das atividades de campanha antes do dia de votação. Segundo os relatos da comunicação social, as campanhas decorreram de maneira ordeira e os candidatos, tanto do partido no poder como dos partidos da oposição, tiveram a oportunidade de solicitar votos no eleitorado. A separação do ramo dos cidadãos e ramo eleitoral dos outros 3 ramos do governo. Além dos ramos legislativos, executivo e judiciário do governo, a Constituição da Venezuela prevê singularmente 2 outros ramos separados, nomeadamente o ramo dos cidadãos e o ramo eleitoral. O ramo dos cidadãos é carregado de assegurar que todos os cidadãos e funcionários públicos cumpram as leis estabelecidas. O ramo comporta o procurador-geral, o provedor de justiça, o controlador privado, cujas funções eram as do conselheiro republicano moral, encarregando de investir qualquer comportamento criminoso, sobretudo um comportamento atinente à violência, à violação da Constituição e dos direitos humanos. O Conselho Nacional Eleitoral, por sua vez, supervisiona todas as eleições. As funções do conselheiro incluem o registro dos eleitores elegíveis, a supervisão das assembleias de voto, o apuramento dos votos, a presidência das reclamações e dos recursos apresentados pelos conselheiros eleitorais de escalão inferior e a resolução de conflitos entre os partidos políticos. É digno de notar o fato de que a Constituição também proibia que qualquer partido político tivesse uma maioria no Conselho. A criação de 2 ramos adicionais do governo era não só singular, como também poderia servir para reforçar as vozes e os direitos dos cidadãos, incluindo o direito de votar. Este modelo poderia oferecer percepções interessantes para os Estados-membros da SADC, inspirando-se na experiência da Venezuela. Conclusão. A missão à Venezuela revelou-se estratégica por ter proporcionado ao Fórum Parlamentar da SADC a oportunidade de promover o seu objetivo de aprofundar a solidariedade e a cooperação com a Venezuela dentro do espírito da cooperação Sul-Sul. As conversações bilaterais identificaram várias áreas de interesse mútuo e possível cooperação no futuro. O ter sido convidado a SADC é um ator regional, ser convidado a observar eleições fora da região da SADC foi mais uma prova de que o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC é um ator regional e internacional de referência cuja influência não só reforçada, como também em ascensão. Seria, portanto, essencial que desse segmento às áreas de interesse mútuo com as instituições competentes para que a cooperação possa ser aprofundada e sustentabilidade. Muito obrigada por terem me escutado. O meu muito obrigado. Não sei. Temos debates, doutor? Submeto agora à apreciação dos colegas. Muito obrigada. Zimbábue está a levantar o braço?
I wasn't, but now that you have mentioned my name, Madam Chair, just to add on to say, other than the hospitality, which was very commendable, we learned a lot. It was a learning mission. They learned from. It shows that SADC PF is at a level where you see other countries are envying what we have, you know, with our model law on elections. And the interesting thing that I wanted to add on, Madam Chair, was the 5 branches of government that I found quite interesting, because most of us are used to the 3 branches of government, the usual executive, legislature, and judiciary. But then they add 2 more. So I did allude to the fact that I think most regions have to learn more from Venezuela, because I found the 2 additional branches of government, the citizenry and the electoral branch, to be an addition to democracy. It actually improves democracy in a nation, because you find that in our situation, the electoral branch, you would find it maybe partly in the executive and where it's under the Minister of Justice, even if it's supposed to be independent. So its independence in such a system is a bit questionable, because it falls under the executive, and the citizenry part in our system, you normally find it mainly in the judiciary, partly in the judiciary, but you find some other offices in the citizenry, they fall in the executive as well. So I found that quite commendable. And lastly, Madam Chair, the issue of electronic voting machines, those were quite efficient, and I would urge our region to try and copy those, because it really made the whole system smooth and efficient, because the voter comes in, it's biometric. Just to explain to fellow honorable members, it's biometric. The voter comes in with their print, and then it shows everything, name and everything, and it then prints the ballot paper then. So there is no element of more ballots printed and whatever. So it's all done there and then. And the results were announced by midnight. We already had the results. So it's quite efficient. I think that's all that I can just add on, Madam Chair. I thank you.
Muito obrigada, deputado Ndoen, pelo esse acréscimo. Caros colegas, o tempo é vosso. Colega Namíbia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask clarity, if the honorable members who are also part of the mission could provide clarity with regard to if the issue, there was a focal point also in the elections, and that led to some of the contestation, because I myself, part of the Youth League, was there 2018, and I observed some of the issues that some of the members went in terms of the gold reserves that was held in the UK, and that is a current discussion in the courts. And as now the Venezuelan government has been fighting to release some of their gold reserves so they can sell it in order to fund some of their support systems and to curb COVID-19 and fund their hospitals. So I wanted to understand if there was also some of the issues that were raised up with the diplomats and the delegations that were engaged in how the country was preparing to obviously fight the issue that is now at court with the UK Bank of England, and which is also an issue of elections, because the European countries, especially England, decided to not recognize the current president, and therefore they closed their reserves, which led to poverty and other issues, which is well known to the honorable members. Another issue that I also wanted to raise is the issue on, just to provide clarity on the issue on the EVMs in Namibia. As much as I do agree with the honorable member and the honorable chair that EVMs are very much of a technology advancement in terms of elections. But in the case of Namibia, the courts ruled that the EVMs is only eligible if it comes with a verification pad, which makes it easier. In the case of Namibia, obviously there were not enough verification pads, which makes the whole election process quite sketchy. And also they brought some form of irregularities in terms of sometimes people would vote twice, and some of the people who voted, they were not recorded. So there were some of these issues. So I believe the decision for Namibia to not use the EVMs was a form of democracy. And I think it should also be brought that it was a collective decision of pressure groups and also members of society who stood up and did not want to use the EVMs, given the provision of the VVPAT pad. So I wanted to also add that the decision, yes, technology we could have benefited, but we benefited more because democracy won in this case. But perhaps the members can also then give advice as to, in our case, because elections is coming up in 2024, how we can move towards using the verification pads and how we can ensure that some of the issues like we dealt with the insufficient amount of verification pads can be dealt with in a advanced period before elections. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Namíbia. Mais alguma intervenção? Não havendo, convido os colegas que fizeram parte da missão. Madagascar.
Yeah, merci, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Après le rapport de Madame la Présidente pour les Vénézuéliens, grâce au travail acharné et aux efforts de nos membres au niveau de la SADC, nous avons eu des bons résultats et des feedbacks positifs. Oui, on est d'accord, c'est une bonne chose, mais il faut doubler notre effort. Et je voudrais chérir et encourager notre responsabilité à la mise en place de ce loi type pour l'intérêt commun de la région, d'une manière, je souligne, interactive, en prenant en compte toutes les ressources nécessaires, que ce soit technologiques ou psychologiques, au processus de l'élection. Merci beaucoup.
Obrigada, Madagascar. Mais alguém? Pode chegar o micro, por favor. Não havendo, passo a palavra para meus colegas que fizeram parte da missão. Começando o deputado Noene, o secretário, poderem responder às questões aqui levantadas. Obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll just tackle one, the first question that was asked by the honorable member from Namibia about the pending court cases. There wasn't much mention on that, but all I can assure members is if there are such cases, because Venezuela is under sanctions. So obviously, whether it's gold cases or whatever, if they are under sanction, the country is under attack. So you realize that the country is strained, but they managed to hold elections perfectly. So they managed to keep resources, and the elections were done smoothly. But just to add on to say, we were impressed, and I, for one, coming from Zimbabwe, where there are sanctions, I almost identified myself with them. And I remember, Madam Chair, when I was given a chance to address the foreign minister, where I was even suggesting that there's no need for us to be crying on use of the United States dollar. We can go back to barter trade. Venezuela is oil, Zimbabwe is gold, so we can value and exchange. So you see, there are means and that can be used in cases whereby we find there's unfair treatment of fellow countries. But all I can say is the specific case of the gold that was that's under court cases was not mentioned, but it's sanctions per se, and the country is under sanctions. But they are doing very well. One thing for certain is fuel is almost at zero. I asked Madam Chair, we were told that in the previous years, I'm not sure how many years of fuel was free, but now there's just a token. But there is an element in the community that still gets fuel for free. So despite all the sanctions, you see some of the resources are being channeled to the population. So I think that's all I can add on. I think the honorable member from Madagascar, his was a comment on adoption of technology, which if improved, I mean, we understand the case of Namibia where they are saying they left the ICTs because of shortcomings. But if it's improved, technology is the way to go. If we zero in on the situation that we find ourselves in, Madam Chair, with COVID, I just want to draw your case with COVID. COVID has taught the whole world and Venezuela and us as SADC that we can operate even without physically meeting. And it has also encouraged countries to quickly roll out infrastructure at a faster rate than we would have envisaged if there was no COVID. So technology is good, it's better adopted, because where we are going, the future is hinged on how much individual countries adopt to new technologies. I submit, Madam Chair.
Obrigado, deputado Nduene. Passo a palavra para o secretário, também para responder algumas questões levantadas.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll restrict my comments to one related to elections, in particular the use of EVMs and the case of Namibia, and the overall case for technology in elections. Like Honorable Ndweni said, what we cannot argue about is the value and benefit of technology in electoral issues. But what we need to deal with is the security of custody in terms of the security of elections. Because at the end of the day, elections are meant for the citizens. So that if the process is such that citizens are left with questions, that's where the problem lies. And therefore, it's about procuring appropriate technology. Namibia embraced the EVMs and used them for the first time in 2014. And in 2014 or 19? 14, right? 14 years. And in 2014, I remember I attended the meetings where they were introduced. Political parties took different stands, typically with technology. But when they were pioneered in local government elections, citizens embraced the EVMs. But they were procured from India, where at that time there was already a running court case regarding the issue of voter verifiable paper trail. So in the end, Namibia ended up purchasing the ones with no capacity for a verifiable paper trail. And that became the basis of the context, because in the end, if there's no verifiability, then it becomes difficult. So what we saw in Venezuela is exactly a solution to what Namibia objected to, leading to the discontinuation. So the mission's overall comment, having taken part in observing the 2014 elections where the EVMs were used for the first time in the subsequent elections, we were well aware of the reasons why Namibian stakeholders ended up in a scenario where they were challenging and the court agreed. So the machines we saw in Venezuela actually provide voter verifiable paper trail. And this is why the recommendation is say, wherever the technology comes from, to the extent that it has the safeguards that are required as minimum requirement for stakeholders, let's see how we can embrace it at a minimum cost. So thank you, Chairperson. That's what I thought I could add on.
Muito obrigada, senhor secretário. Depois do esclarecimento feito aqui pelos membros que fizeram parte da delegação, submeto agora o relatório à apreciação. Colegas.
Thank you, Chairperson. After listening to comments from the honorable members from various countries, I submit that we can adopt the report.
Swatini ou Lesotho? 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 Quem se apoia?
Oh, listen. Yes, I'm seconding the adoption. Thank you.
Aprovado o nosso relatório da missão à Venezuela. Posto isto, caros colegas, proponho um intervalo de 15 minutos para podermos pegar o lanche, podemos voltar, mando aqui na sala para ganharmos o tempo. É pacífico? Voltamos à sala quando for 12h15. Podemos começar? Ainda há colegas lá fora, mas acho que vão. Nesta segunda sessão, convido o secretário para apresentar o plano de trabalho.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, I had presented as part of our matters arising, I presented the matrix, which highlighted the major resolutions made by the committee and the action being taken. Also presented the SADC election calendar, just to appraise the members in terms of where next elections are happening. And those two documents must now be read together with this work plan for the committee, where we are indicating the activities and when they must be happening. The commissioning of the region-wide study to assess and identify the challenges women face in electoral processes in SADC member states, just like the development of the regional principles and guidelines on the role of parliaments in protection and promotion and protection of human rights. There have been slight delays with procurement of resource person, with procurement of consultants. We expect that this process should be completed beginning of May, which means that we will have the next 2 months within which to have completed. Some have a time frame of 30 days to have been completed. Some have slightly more. So we will, through the usual communication channels, be indicating to the members where we are in terms of that process. In the third activity, the baseline study on the mechanisms and practices for enforcement of separation of powers and checks and balances in the national parliaments. This activity is underway. As I said, communication has already been sent to national parliaments, communicating, submitting the questions that actually need to be responded to. And this is where I called upon the members to make sure that you are consulted. If you haven't been consulted, you are well within your right to ask your desk officer. So in terms of the work of the committee, I ought to have been consulted regarding this matter. Where is it? Then we are in April now, where we are having the statutory meeting of the standing committee. And we are focusing on the issue of curbing corruption and promoting accountability, which is the theme that we are running under. Then in May, we are also going to undertake some study in terms of tracking of protocols using balanced scorecard on 2 protocols. We are targeting 2 protocols on natural resources and governance and climate change adaptation. This is under GIZR funding. And the reason why we track progress on implementation of protocols, honorable members, is to see progress of domestication. In the end, regional decisions will not find expression at national level unless they are domesticated. And in most of our parliaments, depending on the system, legal system that you use, the parliament may be required to ratify regional instruments before they become part of the national law. So you therefore need to look out, and where members are having to deal with such matters, the Secretariat is also available to provide advice to you as honorable members in your role at national level. So feel free to engage the Secretariat should you be ratifying any instrument that is related to democratization, governance, and human rights, and will gladly provide you technical support. I spoke about domestication of the SADC model law on elections. In Lesotho, we are going to have this 18 to 19 May based on communication received by the Secretary General's office, and it's an activity that we implement under GIZ ADA funding. What I forgot to mention, I mentioned it earlier though, honorable members, to say this meeting we are having is one of the activities funded under the Sweden funding on democracy, promoting democratic accountability. And there are quite a few other activities that we are going to undertake under that funding. So as I outline the activities, I'll also endeavor to inform you on the sources of funding for each of those activities. Then in July, we have planned a joint meeting of the DG Committee and the Regional Model Laws Oversight Committee on strengthening accountability through enhancing separation of powers and checks and balances. Our anticipation is that the baseline study would have been completed by this time. And using the baseline study, we therefore are going to have that meeting where we seek to enhance the role of Parliament, in promoting democratic accountability for democratic consolidation. And we propose this to be a Zoom meeting. Usually when we convene Zoom meetings vis-a-vis physical meetings, it's an issue of financial resources availability. If we had all the funds, we would, in almost all the cases, want to have meetings physically. But sometimes, in order for us to be efficient while also retaining opportunities for meeting physically, there are also times when we are going to hold the activities virtually, sometimes half a day, to make sure the business of the committee does not stop. So we call upon honorable members to be available when we have a mixture of those activities. Please know that our wish always is when there's an opportunity, we want members to meet physically because it is good for everyone. In September, August, what honorable members may need to bear in mind is that we may have a few other activities, particularly related to elections, populated. For instance, in August, we already talked about Angola going to elections in August. So if we should be invited by the Electoral Commission and we are deploying, we will have an activity and we will update. So, but just to make sure members are aware. Then we also are planning a regional policy conference on women in politics to disseminate and analyze study findings on the challenges women face in electoral processes in SADC member states. We spoke earlier about the fact that we are going to have a region-wide study. So this will actually be like an opportunity to disseminate. This is a physical activity. We are planning for gay-wide, RWPC, and our committee as a joint. We also have training of senior parliament staff on integrating crisis and disaster management and scenario planning in parliamentary work. This is an activity under Sweden, where based on observations after COVID came, parliaments relied on SADC Parliamentary Forum quite a lot in terms of coordinating the responses. They also needed to learn from each other to say which parliament has developed the special rules for COVID-19 to operate during COVID-19. What can you share those rules? And so what we have discovered is that probably there's need to empower parliaments in terms of the secretariat support of parliament to be able to integrate scenario planning in their work as supporting administration for national parliaments. Then in October, we will have our statutory meeting of the committee ahead of the 52nd plenary assembly. And we're hoping that by that time, the two instruments we are developing, the one on human rights, and then the other one on curbing corruption would have been completed. And part of the work that we'll do when we meet in October will be to validate those instruments. So those will be physical meetings, which will be like the one we are currently having. We also have an activity planned for November, regional roundtable discussion on enhancing oversight and monitoring capacity of parliaments for transparency and democratic accountability in Southern Africa, where we want to bring together parliamentarians and civil society and staff of parliament. We are planning this as a Zoom meeting. Should we have resources for it to be a physical meeting, it also shall be a physical meeting. The honorable members, I also mentioned that we are going to develop a handbook on the role of parliament in promoting and protecting human rights during crisis. In this activity, we are planning that in December, around 5 December, before you go for Christmas, we could validate that instrument. Currently, we have planned to do it on Zoom, but should we have resources enabling us, we would meet one more time before we go for Christmas. Maybe two things that I need to point out, honorable members. The plenary assembly, where we are going to present the report out of this meeting, is set for Malawi from 7 to 16 July. That will be a physical meeting. We will also have a plenary assembly, 52nd plenary assembly, most likely to be hosted by the Parliament of South Africa. It is yet to be confirmed whether it will be a physical or virtual meeting. And that's when we will present our report of the October meeting. In summary, Chair, this is the work plan for the committee, and that's what is going to occupy the Secretariat in terms of servicing the committee during the period. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, senhor secretário. Acompanhamos atentamente o programa de trabalho apresentado. Submeto agora para o debate. Sim, Zambia.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, your presentation was loud and clear. However, Chairperson, I'm concerned with one thing which I got in this meeting. Our secretariat having challenges where resource management, where resources are concerned, where we are donor dependent, and the one who says, this is my shima, if you want to eat, this is my rule. So I don't know, Madam Chairperson, if it is appropriate that perhaps SADC countries can be moved to be supporting SADC PF Secretariat by a way of contributing a little token towards running our Secretariat. That is my biggest concern. Otherwise, what has been presented as the work plan, the committee will wait where amendments are required, will be informed through our secretariat. However, I wanted to make a proposal, if it is accepted, that we lobby perhaps from SADC countries to be contributing a little token for the secretariat in Namibia to run our SADC PF secretariat well, than always depending on donor contributions. I wanted to make that submission. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Zambia. Mais contribuições? Angola, depois de Malawi.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, senhora presidente da mesa. Eu também estou de acordo com a intervenção do colega aqui da Zâmbia. Eu penso que o secretariado, assim, vai ter sempre muita dificuldade para trabalhar. E, dependendo só dos doadores, acho que as dificuldades cada vez vão sendo maiores, porque agora muitos países também, mesmo os doadores, também têm crises nos seus países, agora com este problema da guerra na Ucrânia. Então, seria bom, de facto, ver quais os países membros da SADC podiam contribuir, uma contribuição à parte, fora das cotas que são pagas, para ajudar o secretariado a desenvolver as ações que estão preconizadas. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, I'll concur with my honorable members who have already contributed. As SADC, we are supposed to stand. We will never be able to do more if we remain constantly waiting for donor support. There is no way we can say we are independent if you are failing to support our own agendas. We are therefore required to put measures which will keep us growing, no matter how difficult it would be, but we should stand on our feet. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Obrigado, Malawi, Madagascar.
Oui, merci. Je voudrais aussi souligner et approuver ce que l'honorable Zambie a dit tout à l'heure. Et j'espère que c'est le moment qu'on va prendre en main l'appui du EPSADEC. Donc, j'approuve sincèrement que l'État membre de la SADC, on peut faire des lobbying. On peut faire des lobbying aux États membres. Et nous sommes vraiment ravis et encourager cette initiative. Donc, j'approuve. Merci.
Obrigado, Madagascar. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For fear of belaboring the same point, I align myself with the sentiments that are expressed by the honorable members, but knowing the reasons why we find ourselves going to donors, I'll leave it to the chair to explain to the honorable members. But suffice to say, my comment is a simple one, that I see some type of graphic errors on our work plan. I see there is interchange of 2021 and 2022. I think it's just a typing error. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Acredito que é o sentimento de nós todos. Passo agora a passar a palavra ao secretário para os esclarecimentos.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. We appreciate the feedback and the concern and the interest of the members in the work of the Secretariat in supporting the work that we do to facilitate implementation of decisions by the committee and the plenary assembly. I want to believe I speak for the Secretary General, who also happens to be in the meeting, because she has to attend to various committees that are meeting. She's attending virtually. And I want to believe I speak for her in indicating that any opportunity for more resources being availed to the Secretariat to facilitate the work of committees and programs will be most welcome. Obviously, we have worked within the context and confine of resource constraints, and this explains why we are where we are. But at the end of the day, the political leadership is yours, honorable members. If there is opportunity for resources to be raised domestically for us to be able to implement activities, including committee meetings, I think it will go a long way in strengthening the predictability with which we are able to meet, and that obviously will strengthen the way we operate. Otherwise, we appreciate the interest. It encourages us to keep on doing more. Thank you very much, Chair.
Obrigado, senhor secretário. Submeto agora a aprovação. Quem propõe a adoção? Vamos ser flexíveis. Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, but before that, I just have a point of interest in connection with the problems or challenges faced by women. So I just wanted to know from the secretary or from the office whether, according to their observation, women coming across same challenges in the region, according to your own observation, as far as politics are concerned? That is my question. Before I can just come for the approval of the presentation.
Sure. Honorable, through you, Chair, I want to understand the question. Are you saying are women facing the same problems?
Yes, it's because from your presentation,
sure,
there's whereby you talked about the joint meeting whereby you're going to talk about probably challenges faced by women in as far as politics are concerned.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So my question is your observation saying that in this region, women are facing same politics or what?
Sure,
Same problems in as far as politics are concerned.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification, Honorable Nsala. It really helps. So the context is multi-pronged. The first one is that the committee's mandate includes a democratic governance, where issues of inclusivity are central to the credibility of any system of governance. So the reality is that we still have underrepresentation of women in institutions of governance. This for SADC PF manifests through the elections when we do election observation, where you see countries, despite the region developing and adopting the SADC protocol on gender and development, that has not yet translated into the numbers, sufficient numbers of women. So there is no parity. Secondly, one of the institutions that lays bare the gaps is actually Parliament, where sometimes in other national parliaments, if SADC PF says your delegation must have a gender balance, political balance, they simply will struggle to meet gender balance because they do not have sufficient numbers of women. So in the end, different countries experience it differently. But our intention is to gather evidence, use that scientific evidence as the basis for engagement, for reform of legislation, reform of police. Because what we now know, legislative reforms, including legislated quotas, stand as immediate tools that facilitate the increase of numbers of women in parliament. So that in essence is what that exercise is focusing on, where we are going to go and validate, create a baseline based on what's coming from member parliaments to say, what are those challenges that women are facing in enhancing their political participation? Because at the moment, that participation is not manifesting in the numbers that we need to see women as leaders in occupying leadership positions. I hope I have answered the honorable member's question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Obrigada. Tendo esclarecido o secretário todas as questões levantadas, submeto agora o nosso plano para aprovação. Quem propõe aprovação? De Soto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to ask for the approval of the presentation.
Quem apoia? Oh, já tinha pedido. Chatin já foi primeiro. Chatin.
Approval is seconded.
Chatin apoia a aprovação. O nosso plano de trabalho está aprovado. Estando aprovado o nosso programa de trabalho, vamos passar agora para uma reunião de consulta com o consultor para a revisão do Plano Estratégico para o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC 2019 a 2023. Convido neste momento o consultor para fazer a sua apresentação.
Leonard was here. Where did he go to? The consultant for a strategic plan? Yeah. Mr. Leonard, the chair is saying you are in contempt of parliament. The chair has given you the floor to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to confirm that I have been connected to the meeting session. I'll do that just now. Thank you.
So, honorable members, as he is doing that, maybe I could explain that the current strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum is running from 2019 to 2023. So as a result, as part of best practice, we do midterm review just to see where we are. And committees are part of the vehicles of delivery of the strategic objectives. And we have 7 of them. And the purpose of the midterm review is to, through the experience of members, then gauge where we are. And what you will see with the strategic objectives, I don't know what the consultant will explain, and he has not asked me to explain this. I'm doing it for the benefit of members. Is that they are like fruits in a basket, the objectives. Some will closely relate to your work as a committee. Others you interface with them as members of plenary. Others will be delivered more through other committees. So as you relate to the objectives, please bear that in mind. Relate with those that you work to contribute towards, but others, the way you may not directly contribute, please process it in that context so that we are able to give the consultant valuable information. Are you ready, consultant? Benedict, does he need any support?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. The purpose of this engagement is to solicit input and feedback from the Standing Committee members, the honorable members here present, on the implementation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan that started in 2019, ends in 2023. At this point, we are doing a mid-term evaluation. It'll inform the Parliamentary Forum on how well we've been able to implement what we intended to implement and how to proceed to improve the implementation of the strategic plan. The evaluation is going to require opinions of the honorable members, but also some tapping on their knowledge to give the process some indication on a sliding scale of 6 to 1 or 1 to 6, where a rating of 6 means implementation went very well. All the performance parameters were fully met as planned. Or if we look at the other extreme, where we might allocate a scoring of 1 to say that it's highly unsatisfactory, meaning none of the parameters were met or there were severe shortcomings. So that is one of the rating scales we will use. So at this juncture, we would like to appreciate the level of familiarity the honorable members have with the strategic plan. So I would indulge, Madam Chair, if you allow me to request a show of hands for the honorable members that are aware of the strategic plan, who are aware that there is a strategic plan, by a kind show of hands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Zimbabwe, depois Zambia. Por favor. Zimbabwe, pode. Zimbabwe, pode usar a palavra? Não levantou o braço?
Madam Chair, thank you. The question was, raise your hand if you are aware there is a strategic plan. And this is what I was raising my hand for. Thank you.
Certo. E Zambia?
Zimbabwe's position is Zambia's position. I submit. Yeah, Chairperson, the question was, how many of you know that there's a strategic plan? So you cannot be a member of this committee or SADC PF without knowing that there's a strategic plan, because you have to understand the organization where you are. So before you're even called member of this committee, you must be a member of this organization. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Tá certo, Zambia. Fiquei impressionada com a parceria com Zimbábue, foi por isso que eu ri. Mas agora, Malawi, Seychelles e Angola. A ordem. Depois, Madagascar. Vai ser pela ordem.
Madam Chairperson, it's quite easy to know that there is a strategic plan for SADC, but to know the content, it's different. Thank you.
Certo, Malawi, Seychelles agora, depois Zimbábue, Madagascar, depois de Eswatini.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. When we're talking about strategic plan, and I just want to understand really where we are going. Especially, I'm just going to go back from where we started regarding the public management stuff we are talking about before. I just want to put in your attention that at the SADC, they have a committee called SADC UPAP. They're going to have a workshop in the Seychelles in 2 weeks' time. There will be a big conferences workshop. So my question is, moving the way forward, so how interactive the committee is with SADC PF?
Certo, Seychelles agora, Angola.
Muito obrigado, senhora presidente. Eu tenho conhecimento do plano estratégico da SADC desde ontem. Foi apresentado também na outra comissão onde está. Muito obrigado.
Certo, Angola.
Yes, I was basically raising my hand to indicate that Eswatini is aware that there is a strategic plan.
Madagascar.
Je voudrais juste souligner que notre pays aussi est au courant pour ce plan stratégique. Voilà, merci.
Certo. Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Exactly the same as it has been pointed out by Malawi, that we are aware that there is a SADC PF strategic plan, but the issue is knowing exactly the content of that strategic plan. And we haven't read it, but generally we know there's a plan. So the issue is the content.
Muito bem, Tanzânia. Acredito que Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lesotho is also aware of the SADC PF strategic plan.
Muito bem, agora devolvo a palavra para o nosso apresentador. Todos os países já se pronunciaram sobre o plano estratégico. Que eu também, apesar de presidir, eu também identifico-me com o plano estratégico. Mas antes de passar a palavra, Zimbábue insiste, tem alguma insistência? Quer falar? Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If there is a prize of brainstorming and picking one of the items on the strategic plan, I might give it a go. Madam Chair, I think one of the key strategic objectives of SADC PF has been the transformation from SADC PF to SADC Parliament. That has been the #1 strategic objective, and I think I might be right in saying that's one of the key ones that we have. I thank you.
Great.
Muito bem.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for helping to solicit the extent of awareness about the strategic plan. If I may proceed to share additional information, which I believe may already be known, that the strategic plan having been put together to start in 2019 and to end in 2023. At this juncture, doing the mid-term evaluation of the strategy, we're looking at a number of elements within the strategy. The most important, of course, being the vision of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, where we are soliciting a consolidated opinion of this committee on the extent to which we've achieved the vision, or yes, the extent to which we've achieved the vision, or whether we are still on track or we are off track completely, which would be quite worrying, of course. Then we will also reflect on the mission, the extent to which we've either achieved the mission, or we're on track, or we're off track as far as achieving the mission. And then we'll go into the specific strategic objectives, as one of the honorable members had already indicated that one of the key ones is about the transformation of the Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament. So if you would allow me, Madam Chair, I will start with the vision of the Parliamentary Forum and request the input of the honorable members whether the vision is on track, it has been fully achieved, meaning that we've done everything that needs to be done. We're actually holding a trophy of the winner's trophy in our hands. Or we are on track, it's work in progress, heading in the right direction, or that we have missed the target, we are off track. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obrigado. Eis aí a questão. Vem aí uma pergunta para saber se estamos num bom caminho ou não. Caros colegas, o tempo é nosso. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. When in a class, you find that all your students are bogged down, you assist, Chair. All I wanted to suggest was maybe the vision should be said out to the members, other members are new, so that then they can they look at the vision, even if they are new or even old members are reminded of the vision of the organization. And then we can then interrogate on how far have we got towards our vision. Thank you.
Sim.
I will gladly so do, Madam Chair, and thanks for the invitation. Yes, indeed. The vision as set out in 2019 was that the Parliamentary Forum of SADC would be the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development in the region. Yeah, they would be the shining example. They would be where you look if you want to witness democratization and socio-economic development. That was the vision. That is what we would look like at this moment and beyond. And in terms of the mission, the things we set out to go to do was that we would promote and would facilitate parliamentary processes that are necessary to enhance the oversight functions, the legislative functions, the budgetary functions, and the representative roles of members of parliament at both national and regional levels. In that way, bridging the gaps between parliament or members of parliament and citizens. And if we do that and do it successfully, the SADC region would be the cradle of participatory democracy. It will be where people get sent to come and witness participatory democracy. It will be where a place that people quote, say, go to SADC region if you want to experience participatory democracy. So the evaluation process wants to appreciate how well we've done that, if we've done it well, whether we're on track or we're off track. I'll explain further the strategic objective, the 7 of them, which form the building blocks of what we would look like in 2023 as espoused in the vision. But I'll explain the strategic objectives one after the other once we have discussed and evaluated ourselves on the vision and on the mission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor. Não consigo pronunciar o nome. Caros colegas, contribuições? Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. See, now we can contribute. As a shining, I've got an example that we're not doing badly as a shining example as a regional organization. We not only as self-praising our organization, but it's exemplified. Just a few minutes ago, you have been giving a report where SADC PF was invited to go to the Americas, to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, to go and observe the election. And whilst we were there to show that we were not just there to fill in numbers, you realize that SADC PF was really placed at the forefront. Wherever there was something that had to be done, it was SADC PF that had to be tasked as an organization representing Africa. So for Africa, it was like we were the only organization that had come from Africa. So I think we are not doing badly as a shining example as a regional forum.
Obrigada. Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would like to take up what my colleague has just said. In as far as democratization is concerned, I think in the region, we are trying, because normally when countries do have general elections, there is a group of observers which is picked from other countries to go and observe how the elections is being taken, is being carried out in that country. So I think we are still on track in as far as democracy is concerned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Angola. Depois de Angola, Madagascar.
Obrigada, senhora Presidente. Eu queria me referir aqui ao objetivo 1, que eu penso que é preciso melhorar bastante, ou então dinamizar a promoção interparlamentar, da cooperação interparlamentar, que eu acho que os parlamentares aqui da SADC estão muitos, cada um no seu sítio, e praticamente nós só nos encontramos aqui quando há reuniões. Devia haver um intercâmbio maior, de modo a que os deputados pudessem trocar experiências uns com os outros sobre aquilo que os nossos países desenvolvem a nível dos parlamentos. Muito obrigado.
Obrigada, Angola. Obrigada, Angola. O que mais? Haverá alguém mais? Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'd love to submit that as the SADC PF, we are on track. Why I say we are on track, Madam Chairperson, is that within SADC region now, there is no single country where we have got a president who assumes power by force. And all countries in SADC region, they have governments who are there through a ballot paper. And why I insist that we are on track, though democracy has reached to all SADC countries, but there are some countries which are like learning to accept democracy. And this is where SADC PF must ensure that we go by the submission from Angola, that there is need to interact so that democracy becomes deep-rooted in all the SADC regions. So fairly, I would submit that we are on track, because if we were not on track, we had achieved, we're not going to be here this afternoon. So we are here this afternoon because we are on track and we are still thirsty to achieve more objectives as SADC PF. I submit.
Obrigado. Zambia, Madagascar.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Oui, on ne va pas chercher le midi à 14 heures. D'après le rapport de Venezuela tout à l'heure, on a su qu'il y avait des conséquences positives. Donc, j'espère qu'on est sur la bonne voie, sur la case orange. Et voilà, notre organisation a son efficacité. Donc, I think that we are on track. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Madagascar. Passo a palavra ao nosso apresentador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me also appreciate the input of the members of Parliament on reflections about the vision that we're on track. And there were also, I think, indications that we've done some work around the mission, but maybe we could get back to the mission, because the mission then is a composite of the various strategic objectives. So we could then take strategic objective one after the other start with objective 1, which is about interparliamentary cooperation, which I think one of the honorable members had indicated that we need to do more of this. We are already, this meeting is one such sign, but I think the concern is that we could do more. So if we could start with that strategic objective and just agree on the level of rating, how have we performed on that? And then we could move on to the second strategic objective. So in terms of process, I would encourage that we first start by evaluating the strategic objective performance, and then we might give examples to support that position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obrigado. Há uma insistência para o nosso colega Zimbábue. Zimbábue, pode usar a palavra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit lost here. The consultant, is he asking us to delve on the strategic objective of interparliamentary cooperation at the moment? Expound on it? This is my question, because I'm a bit lost here. Thank you.
Obrigado. Nosso apresentador, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To respond to that, I would like us to evaluate our performance on that strategic objective, and we might support that with some examples. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Zambia, depois Zimbábue de novo.
Madam Chairperson, it appears that the members of this committee, they are at sea. Why I'm saying we are at sea is we expected guidance from the presenter himself. Maybe I would propose that he was supposed to give us questionnaires so that we read, we tick against, then we can move forward. Because as you can see, Madam Chair, it is already 13:21, and I'm now worried that we'll find all the food is feeding. So I thought that maybe the presenter would give a questionnaire to honorable members here to tick for and against, so that he can carry out that assessment than going to and backwards. So I suspect we may not make progress. So maybe he can guide this committee properly on how we should move with his presentation. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Zimbábue, depois Swatini.
Madam Chair, I would align myself with Zambia, maybe because we are very close neighbors. But all I wanted to say as a comment was I wanted to delve on the question, but it definitely will take us time to finish. But on that strategic objective of interparliamentary cooperation, I would give ourselves out of 6, maybe a 3 out of 6. And my examples would be, I see plenty of interparliamentary cooperation. It might not be bilateral, but I want to give an example whereby when we look at the Secretariat, at times they ask for staff to be seconded, not to be employed, but Parliament second staff to the Secretariat. That's cooperation, according to me, interparliamentary cooperation. And then the other point that was raised by Zambia was the fact that we have maybe 2 members giving an apology. coming for these meetings. This is cooperation. For us to maintain the existence of the forum is cooperation. That's interparliamentary cooperation. So I would give, and considering that we are mid-year, we are halfway through our strategic plan time, I would give ourselves, maybe I'm being conservative by giving ourselves a 3, maybe a 4 out of 6. I submit, Madam Chair.
Obrigado, Zimbábue. Ainda temos mais pessoas para fazerem questões. Depois vamos lhe passar a palavra. Pode ser? É um ponto de ordem? Sim. Pode usar a palavra.
Thank you, Madam. It's on process. At this juncture, we are evaluating based on 3 elements: that we have achieved, that we are on track, or that we are off track. I appreciate the detail that we've just had shared from honorable member from Zimbabwe. But the rating is on whether we've achieved or we're on track or we're off track, which also makes it simpler. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obrigada, senhora apresentadora. Antes de dar a palavra a Chatin, tem um pedido de palavra que já havia pedido na plataforma via virtual. Então, vou passar a palavra ao vice-presidente, que também quer interagir através da plataforma. Depois vai seguir, Chatin. Senhor vice-presidente, tenha a palavra.
Madam President, thank you very much. Just to say that, in line with the idea that is coming, that we maybe give each participant the opportunity to answer the questions, and then we submit the question back with our own perception. There's just a possibility, though, that a lot of us are new to this committee, so it will be on our own perception and not necessarily on basically what's taken place. So this discussion has been useful. I mean, in a sense that we've been able to reach consensus together by shaping each other's experience together. So maybe there's a way in which we can work together if we go, because I don't want to stand in the way of anyone's lunch. I think it's, you don't want to stand in the way of people's food, but maybe what we can do is we can say that, or maybe we can have a working lunch where we can just, through lunch, we can discuss perception around some of these questions, and we can reach consensus. And then when we come back, we would have achieved a lot of what is asked of us, so that we would have caught up a lot of the time. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muito obrigada, senhor vice-presidente. Swati. Depois, Lesotho.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wanted to find out from the presenter of the session if this is some kind of key performance indicators, so that we apply ourselves with a clear understanding that we're doing key performance indicators.
Obrigado, Swati. Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to buy the view of the Deputy Chairs when he's saying that it's going to be important for us to discuss these points together and come to the consensus together. So, according to me, I'm of the opinion that probably if the presenter could read maybe the strategic plan objective 1 and explain it to us so that at least we understand together. Then we'll be in the position of saying whether we have achieved or we are on the track or we are off track. I think he has to read this and explain it to us first, so that after that, I think we are going to be in the position of saying whether we have achieved or we are on the track or we are off track. Thank you.
Acho que a última mão do Malawi, depois vamos sugerir para irmos ao almoço, senão podemos ao almoço e voltamos a debater.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My concern is, I don't know if we have the right sample size to mark this questionnaire, because the questionnaire is asking something very huge and the sample size is just too small, which may mislead the whole thing that we are performing well or we are performing poorly. That's my concern. Thank you.
Muito bem, Malau. Se calhar antes mesmo de ir, essa oportunidade, o nosso apresentador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the concerns from the members of parliament that it would have been helpful to have the strategy document read and explained. Unfortunately, as the evaluators, we have a limitation of role per se. We could do that, but where we come in is desiring to be appraised of the extent to which the honorable members are aware of the existence of the strategy and its contents. We are not in a position to sensitize the honorable members, but we would still be able to engage with the honorable members on their experiences on specific elements. Not that we are actually explaining the strategy, but explaining specific contexts which are described through the strategic objectives. There had been a proposal, Madam Chair, that we would break for lunch. I am not aware how much time there would be after lunch, if there would be a this session would continue after lunch. I remain to be advised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sim, senhora apresentadora, aqui há uma sugestão de interrompermos este ponto, irmos ao almoço e depois voltamos para outros pontos. Depois da eleição, vamos dar oportunidade ao apresentador para se pronunciar, acho que depois de algumas consultas, para se pronunciar em torno desta matéria. Obrigada. Pode ser assim? Então, chegado este momento, Vamos observar o nosso intervalo para o almoço. Voltamos às 15h30, 1 hora. Vamos observar o almoço 1 hora ou depois?
2:45.
Agora 15. Voltamos às 15. Agora são 14h30. Agora é 13h30. Voltamos quando for 14h30. Caros colegas, vamos observar o nosso intervalo para o almoço e voltamos à sala quando forem 14h30. Vamos tentar ser pontuais para terminarmos cedo com a nossa agenda. Temos oportunidade ainda de agraciar um bocadinho a paisagem deste país. Muito obrigada. Mas de intérprete já está resolvido? Está tudo a posto? Ok. Está certo. Ok. Então, iniciamos a nossa sessão de tarde, a terceira sessão, neste caso, com o tema em prol do reforço da função parlamentar na restrição da corrupção e na promoção da responsabilização na região da SADC, empenhando os parlamentares no processo de utilização da gestão de finanças públicas na execução de medidas de combate à corrupção. Para esta sessão, temos entre nós membros do Comitê de Fiscalização Parlamentar Regional das Leis Modelos e temos 3 apresentadores que são especialistas no assunto. Apresentador 1, senhora advogada Sara Bondazik, diretora-geral da Ibondazen Governance Consultation África do Sul, realizou recentemente trabalho relacionado junto do ONODC Rosa e da SADC, onde efetuou uma análise de projetos de relatórios de avaliação regional e da corrupção 2021 e do Plano de Ação Estratégico de Combate à Corrupção da SADC 2018-2022, bem como o projeto de Plano de Ação revisto 2023-2027. A senhora doutora Bondazeng é advogada do Tribunal Superior e membro do Tribunal das Sociedades da África do Sul. Ela dispõe de 35 minutos para a sua apresentação. Por favor, tenha bondade.
Thank you and good afternoon, honorable members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of various parliaments, other guests and attendees at this meeting. I just want to share my screen. Thank you. As Honorable Madam Chair has indicated, today I am addressing you on how to use the public finance management to address corruption in the SADC region. To begin with, my presentation will give an overview on the prevalence of corruption in the SADC region and the costs of corruption. In other words, why is it a matter of concern for the region? I will also outline a conceptual framework for parliamentary action at national and regional levels, and also strategies that parliaments can use to combat corruption, in particular, how they can utilize parliamentary control in public finance management to foster democratic accountability, openness, and curbing corruption. I will also highlight how parliaments can strengthen their own internal mechanisms to curb corruption and maintain the credibility of Parliament as an oversight body. I will articulate the linkages between the SADC Public Finance Management Model Law and the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, as well as other regional and international instruments on combating and preventing corruption, with a view to identify and pursue opportunities for parliamentary action in domestication at the national level. I will conclude by making some recommendations on priority areas for action by parliaments at national and regional level to strengthen the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability in the SADC region. I will also include some collaborative actions. To begin with, looking at the prevalence of corruption. So corruption is probably as old as when organized society first established public institutions for its development and sustainability. You've heard it before today, and I'm sure at other forums, it is well recognized that corruption undermines democracy and impacts negatively on service delivery, on human and socio-economic development, on job creation, and on public trust in government, as well as on investor confidence in the region. From my work in the recent years, it has emerged, or so it appears from my research, that corruption has become fairly endemic in Southern Africa. And when corruption becomes endemic, for example, bribes, they lose much of their moral stigma in the eyes of those concerned. They blur the borderline between honesty and dishonesty, between truth and lies. And having grown into complex societies with a significantly sizable public sector, the opportunities for corruption to occur have certainly increased. And the types and nature of corruption have also evolved. So for our purposes today, we have to accept that corruption, governance, and politics are all intertwined, and that their relationship impacts on the fight to eradicate corruption. Again, from my research in the last few years, I have noted that countries in Southern Africa whose governance systems are genuinely anchored on the democratic foundations of rule of law and constitutionalism, buttressed by the principles of separation of powers that provides for independent functions of state organs, being the legislature, judiciary, and the executive, they tend to be more transparent and accountable and generally have lower levels of corruption. Obviously, where governance structures are weak, there is a tendency for less transparency and accountability. There is porous oversight and ineffective law enforcement and judiciary systems. All this leads to higher incidences of corruption through the abuse of power and the looting of state resources by those in positions of authority. So a recent assessment of corruption in the SADC region focused on anti-corruption measures as regards 7 areas. They focused on, you will see it on the slide, illicit financial flows, systems of government hiring and procurement of services, government revenue collection and control systems, whistleblowing mechanisms, money laundering, trafficking in persons, and asset recovery. What emerged from this assessment is that the common threads across all the 7 focal areas addressed through this regional corruption assessment were, and again, it's up on your screen. So firstly, the need for enhanced interagency cooperation domestically and within the region, especially in respect of illicit financial flows, trafficking in persons, and asset recovery. Another need was for capacity building, including technical expertise, infrastructure, and funding. And here it was especially in respect of, again, illicit financial flows and asset recovery. And the final main need was to strengthen legislation, which is not just the provisions of the legislation, but also its implementation, and to raise public awareness about it. And this was in particular identified in respect of whistleblowing provisions and trafficking in persons. However, there are other types of corruption prevalent in the Southern African landscape, which for our purposes today are very relevant to bear in mind at this meeting's deliberations. So the first one deals with political integrity. So one of the foundations of our democratic institutions is the social contract between voters and elected representatives. Politicians are entrusted with power in order to represent the interests of the general public. So political integrity means that politicians act in the public interest rather than serving private interests. And the separation of public and private spheres is paramount in the exercise of political integrity. So politicians won't always make decisions which align with short-term preferences of everyone, but it does mean that they act in a way which is consistent with a set of moral or ethical principles and standards. So crucially, political corruption excludes and disenfranchises large swathes of the population, particularly those who are less well-connected and powerful. As I've mentioned before, corruption erodes citizens' trust in democratic institutions and leads to political apathy, which in turn fuels corruption. So open, fair, and accountable access to decision-making is essential to regain citizens' trust in democracy and to ensure that policies meet people's needs. Another type of corruption is state capture, which occurs when corruption is so systemic within the institutions of the state that private interests substitute their own interests for the common good as the main drivers of policy and regulation. When the state is captured, companies and individuals shape and affect the formulation of laws and regulations through illicit payments, such as bribes, to parliamentarians and public officials. Illicit contributions during electoral campaigns and influencing key public sector appointments are other methods that ultimately lead to an erosion of public trust in public institutions. Another type of corruption is conflicts of interest. This occurs when the person is in a position to derive personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. And such situations place, they risk placing the private interest of the political decision makers above the public interest. Another type of risk area is the political party funding. So a common avenue for money to enter politics, besides direct bribes paid to senior officials, is through the financing of political parties. When elected, politicians can give preferential treatment to companies or groups who bankrolled their campaigns. And at the same time, when political contestants do not have to declare the sources of funding and campaign expenditure, the costs of election campaigns increase and the risk of illegal expenditure also increases, such as, for example, vote buying. Then we have abuse of state resources. This is also defined as undue advantages obtained by certain parties or candidates through use of their official positions or connections to government institutions to influence the outcome of elections. It's a grave breach of political integrity because it gives incumbents an unfair electoral advantage. Moving on to look at a conceptual framework for parliamentary action at national and the regional level. And also we're looking here at strategies that parliaments can use to combat corruption. I will also highlight how parliaments can strengthen their own internal mechanisms to curb corruption and maintain the credibility of parliament as an oversight body. So the best barrier against corruption is, I think, a well-functioning parliament. It must ensure transparency and accountability at all levels. For me, I see parliament as the link between government and civil society. I like to think of our parliamentarians are like traffic wardens on a two-way street. So they must inform their electorate about parliamentary and government actions, and they must channel public requests in the opposite direction. The reasons why parliamentarians as individuals are so important is that they will only be able to require the personal integrity of others if their own is without blemish. Parliamentarians must therefore be completely open about the sources of their election funds, their personal assets and income, and from what sources these derive. Their position as mediators between civil society and the executive is crucial. So in adopting laws that protect civil liberties and secure freedom of information, or for example, in drafting rules that protect those who denounce corruption, parliamentarians can create a context within which corruption cannot develop. And there are a number of key entry points to exercise this oversight function, including, for example, through questions to government, participation in the budget process, oversight committees, especially public account committees, cooperation with supreme audit institutions and other watchdog agencies. Contextual factors influencing the effectiveness of oversight include a relatively low level of partisanship at committee level, access to alternative sources of information, and the public demand for good governance. So in most countries, parliaments are empowered to approve the budget and oversee government expenditure through the 4 stages of the budget cycle, which is the drafting, the legislation, implementation, and audit. And this, for me, is one of the most powerful tools for holding government to account. And for Parliament to fulfill this mandate effectively, the process for preparing and executing the budget needs to be transparent, it needs to be participatory, it needs to provide safeguards against government misuse of public resources. However, what my research has revealed, especially in the SADC region, in many of our countries, given the overly technical nature of the budget process, the complex financial instruments used, and the time pressure, members of parliament often lack the resources and the technical capacity to fulfill this role effectively. So the budgetary oversight skills and capacity of parliaments can be strengthened, I would suggest, by established, for example, special committees, such as your public account committees, and having these committees conduct public consultations in advance of the budget, and then to monitor implementation ex post facto. Parliaments can also cooperate with external oversight agencies, such as supreme audit institutions, your ombudsman, or anti-corruption agencies. And parliaments can play a strong role to promote the creation of strong watchdog agencies with adequate resources, and also to strengthen cooperation between and among parliaments and these institutions to ensure that their reports receive adequate attention and that their recommendations are followed up by Parliament and government. So, electoral integrity. Electoral integrity refers to the appropriate conduct of all parties involved in elections, including candidates, voters, and election management authorities. As they represent citizens, members of parliament need to reflect the ethical standards of their community. They need to be exemplary in performing their mandate and adhere to the highest standards of integrity. This, for me, is a prerequisite for promoting or restoring trust in the institution. So this would necessitate strengthening the integrity of political parties, particularly during electoral competition for power, by, as I've mentioned before, regulating political party funding and campaign finance, as in many cases, parliamentarians are implicated in political corruption scandals involving, for example, vote buying, contributions from illegal sources, and illegal use of state resources. So this would involve establishing ethical and effective ethical regime for parliamentarians through the development and implementation of integrity laws and codes of ethics, regulations on conflicts of interest, asset declaration rules, and so forth, and also mechanisms to ensure effective implementation of these ethical rules. So while such codes of conduct are often poorly implemented, some studies have shown that they are perceived by parliaments as helpful in certain situations, such as, for example, preventing technical infringements, also protecting parliamentarians when dealing with constituents and subjecting them to greater scrutiny, both inside and outside parliament. So factors that contribute to the effectiveness of the codes include the existence of broad support amongst parliamentarians, that members of parliament are involved in the development of the code. Another factor is the existence and nature of sanctions established for violating the code. And then the prevailing political culture is also relevant. And also what is important is training activities that are undertaken to raise awareness and build members of parliament's ethical skills. I'm moving on now to look at the links between the SADC public finance model, which Jay took you through in good detail this morning, and I'm also grateful for that. I appreciate the way he presented it. So we're looking at the linkages between that model law and various other international instruments, such as the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, and other regional and international instruments. So as part of their legislative mandate, parliaments are responsible for ensuring that there is a strong legal framework in place to curb corruption. And this does not only involve passing national anti-corruption legislation that tackles corruption, but also to lobby national governments to ratify regional and international instruments that are relevant, which would be the SADC Protocol, the AU Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, and the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. So the SADC Protocol is an agreement which, as I recall, is an incarnation of regional efforts to collaboratively address the threat that corruption poses. It's a fairly old, it's one of the oldest instruments against corruption. It came into force in July of 2005, although it was drafted well before that. Excuse me. And the protocol provides a framework for regional cooperation, considering that corruption is very often essentially a transnational organized crime. Unfortunately, the protocol doesn't go into much detail as regards public finance management. So it just gives a broad basis on which the region can address corruption. But the AU Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, in its Article 4, it requires member states to adopt legislative and other measures that will create, maintain, and strengthen, for example, internal accounting, auditing, and follow-up systems, in particular in the public income, customs, and tax receipts, expenditure, and procedures for hiring, procurement, and management of public goods and services. And this is relevant for the PFM model law. Article 7 of that convention also provides for the declaration of assets by public officials, and in subparagraph 4, it requires transparency, equity, and efficiency in managing the tendering or hiring procedures within the public service. And then Article 10 of that convention deals with the funding of political parties. So that's about as far as the AU Convention goes in its relevance for our purposes today. The United Nations Convention, which is the international overarching instrument globally against corruption, I'm going to focus a little more on that because that is usually the yardstick against which countries benchmark their anti-corruption measures and status of their fight against corruption. So Article 1C of we call it the UNCAC, of UNCAC, aims to promote integrity, accountability, and proper management of public affairs and public property. And this, to a large degree, as Jay has already said, is mirrored and espoused in Part 2 of the SADC PFM model law, which deals with the aims and objectives of the law. Then Article 7 of the UNCAC requires the state parties to have criteria for the candidature and election to public office, and also to take measures, legislative and administrative measures, to enhance transparency in the funding of candidatures for elected public office, and where applicable, the funding of political parties. Conflict of interest is also addressed in the UN Convention Against Corruption. Article 7, paragraph 4 requires state parties to have systems that promote transparency and prevent conflicts of interest. And then in Article 8, subparagraph 5, it is stipulated that states parties will establish measures that require public officials to make declarations to appropriate authorities regarding, for example, their outside activities, their employment, their investments, assets, and any substantial gifts or benefits from which a conflict of interest may result with respect to their functions as public officials. The reason why I've mentioned all these articles, even though they don't relate directly to the PFM, is because they do relate to parliamentarians, and so they are relevant for this august body. But the more relevant article, insofar as the SADC PFM model law is concerned, is Article 9, which deals with of the UNCAC, which deals with public procurement and management of public finances. So the subparagraph 1 is, I've put it up on the screen, and it basically deals with that parties will establish systems of procurement which are based on transparency, that there should be competitive and objective criteria in decision making, and that they must take into account appropriate threshold values in their application. It also it gives certain examples, and you will see them on the slide above in paragraph 1, A to E, and these slides will be made available to you. So they basically set out various measures that can be adopted to bolster implementation of this provision. And then looking at subparagraph 2, here again, there are various measures that are enunciated within the convention, and to a large degree, they are mirrored within the SADC PFM model. For example, procedures for the adoption of the national budget. This is included in Part 7 of the SADC PFM model law, which is entitled National Budget. Then the UNCAC requires timely reporting on revenue and expenditure, and here we are covered in Part 10 of the SADC PFM model law, which deals with public accounts. Then paragraph C deals with a system of accounting and auditing standards and related oversight. And here again, we are covered in Part 6 of the SADC PFM model law, which is entitled Parliamentary Control. And then D of this provision deals with effective and efficient systems of risk management and internal control. Here, again, Part 3 of the SADC PFM model law deals with this under the heading Authorities, General Functions of the Finance Secretary and Accounting Officers. And then finally, the UNCAC says where appropriate, there must be corrective action in the case of failure to comply with the requirements. And here, Part 11, which deals with financial misconduct, misuse, and maladministration. And I think Jay did a good job of going into that in more detail on what the nature of the misuse can be. So you will see that it is quite patent from this comparison that the SADC public finance management model law goes well beyond the clauses of the UNCAC and other regional multilateral legal instruments that have been ratified by the SADC states. And almost all SADC states have ratified, if not have acceded to, if not ratified, the UNCAC. I think there are 2 that have not, if my memory serves me well. Then moving on to recommendations, and here we're also looking at some priority areas for action by parliaments at a national and a regional level. And the thrust of my presentation today is to submit that parliaments, as the primary expression of the people's will, also have a primary duty to fight corruption. So there are many actors involved in parliamentary strengthening programs, which typically can involve support for institutional reform and development, skills transfer and capacity building, human support services, and support to peer networks of parliamentarians, such as this forum. One of the most important lessons that emerged from the literature that I reviewed in preparation for today's engagement is that due to their inherently political nature, parliamentary strengthening interventions need to be neutral, country-specific, and based on a solid understanding of the political economy and to be informed by local needs assessment. And I'm going to suggest a series of measures which include transparency in the funding of political parties and election campaigns, a code of conduct for members of parliament, and close scrutiny of their sources of income and possible conflicts of interest. These are the ones we all know. But more specifically, I would propose that high-ranking politicians and public servants should regularly and publicly disclose their financial assets as well as their business interests, that political parties and contestants should disclose sources of funding as well as the destination of expenditure, that private companies donating to political candidates should disclose their true owners, that election oversight bodies and other agencies tasked with monitoring undue influence of money in politics should be given the independence, mandate, and resources to meaningfully conduct their activities. And then also civil society and the media needs to be empowered to monitor campaign expenditure, lobbying activities, and the abuse of state resources around election campaigns. In order to successfully fight corruption, parliaments in their capacity as a country's supreme political authority and instance of control should, where applicable, ensure that state institutions, including parliaments themselves, are so transparent and accountable as to be able to withstand corruption or to permit its rapid exposure. So what needs to be done is to instill in parliament's own ranks the notion that parliamentarians have a duty not only to obey the letter of the law, but to set an example of incorruptibility to society as a whole by implementing and enforcing their own codes of conduct. We need to introduce an annual system for the establishment of assets of parliamentarian and close associates. We need to create clear and fair legislation, including efficient public supervision as regards the funding of political parties and election campaigns. And here again, I'm repeating myself, but the proper declaration of sources of income and of potential conflicts of interest is very important in this regard. We also need to safeguard the strength of civil liberties, as I've mentioned, including press freedom and the ability of citizens to form associations for informing the public, including, for example, through freedom of information legislation. The independence of the judiciary and the media must be protective. And then all public expenditure, revenue collection, and public procurement has to be checked either by an independent auditing body or, where necessary for state security or other reasons, by a competent parliamentary instant. Another recommendation is to take special measures to protect the position and career prospects of whistleblowers. That is to say, officials who unmask and report cases of corruption, and establish, where this has not yet been done, a code of conduct for civil servants and political officials. Then another recommendation is to enact legislation which provides for adequate and precise sanctions against those who engage in corruption. And as far as possible, we also need to simplify regulations, permits, administrative procedures, and the like, since these are often, they often open up possibilities to exact or to receive bribes. Then another problem that has emerged in the region, which needs to be addressed, is the appointment of underqualified public officials. So in my research, in researching state capture in the region, what emerged is that often public officials are appointed with inadequate qualifications. So those who are competent are often pressurized to neglect their duties. And this further enables the appointment of people without the necessary skills and discipline to perform their duties. And here, what I would recommend is that Parliament should consider opening up debate on the desirability or feasibility, of a system that incorporates public participation and parliamentary oversight for certain categories of appointments to public office, to increase independence and accountability, and to achieve the objectives of a capable developmental state. Then there is the misuse of discretionary powers. It's another sign of a corrupt activity. I think somebody mentioned it earlier on today in the discussions, the use of alternative procurement processes or retrospective authorizations, which are allowed in specific scenarios. These are sometimes referred to as deviations and expansions, and they often involve exemptions in expenditure ceilings, the bypassing of regular procurement policies, the violence and or undue involvement of political heads in the procurement process. And here, what we would want to look at is to amend the law to disallow excessive individual discretionary powers. So committees need to fiercely challenge the decisions of ministers or empowered officials when their actions do not represent the public interest. And discretion should be discouraged if it undermines transparency, public participation, or due process. So in conclusion, so for me, a parliament is a country's central institution in its capacity as the primary expression of the people's will, and it therefore has a paramount responsibility for combating corruption in all its forms, especially in public life, but increasingly also in the economy at large. So parliaments must undertake this task for the general morality of society, but also for its lasting economic progress, which vitally depends on honesty and trust. And as Southern Africa and the world at large comes together, the struggle becomes more complex and urgent. So the SADC and national parliaments must be, for me, in the forefront of promoting good governance in Southern Africa. and of raising awareness of the dangers of corruption. And the fight against corruption is rendered all the more difficult as economic competition between countries, companies, and groups of countries intensifies. There's the field of industrial espionage, the sums involved increase along with the size of the deals. And so public morals may loosen. And if parliaments, as the last bastion against corruption, are themselves affected by it, then the battle may well be lost. So therefore, I trust that the implementation of the interventions I have proposed today will augur well for the future successes of this august and austere body. And I wish you well in your further deliberations. Please feel free to engage with me. I'm just going to check the chat group, and you're welcome to make your comments. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Passamos em seguida a convidar o senhor Tito para fazer a sua apresentação, depois havemos de fazer a apreciação em simultâneo. Senhor Tito, né? Por favor, pode usar a palavra.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, honorable members. I want to thank you for this opportunity to come and share briefly some thoughts on corruption and public financial management. Perhaps I will start with a short story that some of you may know. I noticed there are some honorable members here that I haven't met, so perhaps they have not heard the story. Stories have talked about two Southeast Asian political leader invited his African friend for dinner at his house. On their way from the airport to his house, the road to the house was beautiful. You know, the lights, you know, the trees, the shopping complexes. By the time they got to the house, it was a palace, marble, imported from Italy, beautiful double-story building. So they were on the top floor of that mansion smoking cigars. And the African friend asks his Southeast Asian friend and says, how did you make it? You know, this is such a beautiful house, man. Beautiful infrastructure, everything. How did you make it? The Southeast Asian man says, you know, my friend, you look at that house, you look at that road. Says, which road? And he showed this beautiful road they were traveling on. He says, I got 10%. Then he says, do you look at that shopping mall? He showed him the shopping mall they passed through. I got 10%. He said, this is how you build this very beautiful house. He said, yes, my friend, this is how I got. He continued having dinner and of course later on. A year later, the African friend invites his Southeast Asian man to his house. On the way from the airport, you know, they passed through a road, really ramshackled, you know, a dead road. There was no tar. Lights were not working. By the time they got to the house now, the house was 4 stories, beautiful building. They got on top. The man also built his own veranda on top, a nice balcony. Then they are talking now. He says, your turn.
You were wondering about my double story, your fourth story. How did you build this, my friend? He says, you see that third road? He says, I don't see the third road. What do you mean? He says, yeah, that third road, 100%. Yeah? I got 100%. He says, so that's how you build the house. He says, how about the shopping mall? You see that shopping mall coming from the east. He says, there's no shopping mall. He says, 100%. This is the story of these two people. I'm not telling you the countries, but it happened at some point. I'm making this story, or I'm sharing this story, and I want you to remember these honorable members as I finish my presentation, or as I start my presentation. I want you to remember just the morale of the story. And it will make sense as I present. Now, I won't talk so much about the technical issues of PFM, because I think the advocate has been quite erudite. Jay has been very erudite as well about just the provisions of PFM itself. What I want to do is try and situate the PFM debates within the context of African countries that are trying to grow their economies and the paradoxes that we have seen in growth, inequality, and rise of corruption. And what I can share to you is I'm going to give the example of China. For one reason, I think it is on course to be the world's biggest economy. It is one of the countries that a lot of African countries are relating and trading and looking up to. And the third reason is it has also had issues with corruption, growth, and population exposure. And so if you understand China and corruption, I think we'll understand a lot of things about how we can move forward as a continent. So I will share brief lessons on China and how it has dealt with corruption. Then, of course, back home, in trying to apply that to the African experience and conclude naturally with your role as legislatures. I hope that is quite clear. Now, I've removed some slides because I think it would be repetition. And so I'll go straight in and talk about 4 domains of corruption. I borrowed heavily from the research of Professor Mushta Khan and Professor Yuengweng Ang, who are brilliant anti-corruption scholars. I would say they are probably, in my opinion, the leading scholars on anti-corruption in the world right now, and they're from Global South. Professor Ang divides domains of corruption into 4. In other words, there are essentially 4 types of corruption that we need to think through as we grapple with public financial management. 4 types. And these 4 types are basically drugs. They operate like drugs, and you know how different drugs work. And the first type of corruption is petty theft. The second one is grand theft. The third one is speed money. The fourth one is called access money. Now, I'm going to explain. Petty theft refers to acts of stealing, misuse of public funds, or extortion among street-level bureaucrats. Those street-level bureaucrats, your police, your land officer, lower level, but bureaucrats. They ask small money, $30 to do this. You want to cut a line, you want to get a pass. But there's nothing petty about corruption. But it is categorized as petty corruption for street-level bureaucrats. The second one is grand theft. It refers to embezzlement or misappropriation of large sums of public monies by political elites. This is where $100 million, which is meant to build a highway, disappears, and you get 100%. That is grand theft. It actually never happens. The money disappears into the thin air, and no one can explain to the Auditor General where that money went. The third one is speed money. It means petty bribes that businesses and citizens pay to bureaucrats to get around hurdles. So you want a passport in your country, and it's difficult to get a passport. So you pay $100 so that you get a passport quickly. That is speed money. It is corruption, but it's a different kind of corruption called speed money. Access money, and I want us to remember this because I think this is one way of understanding what is happening in other countries, which is access money. It encompasses high stakes rewards extended by business actors to political officials, not just for speed, but for access to exclusive, valuable privileges. In other words, you're looking at bribes. So you want an oil block in North Mozambique, in Palma, and so because you want gas, you pay maybe 50 million so that you are given rights to explore for gas in that area. You get the block, you start producing gas, you start making money and stuff carpets. So this is large money, but it is access money. This is what eventually leads to state capture. Now, the example of this, these are all in the public domain. Jiji Yang, former party secretary Yang Zhu, this was disclosed by the Chinese government. He received FTRs, bribes, company shares, because he was getting bribes for companies that were getting contracts for different things. And he got 6. He got arrested and, of course, got in jail. The interesting thing is in that province, which is Nianjing, where he was leading, Nianjing's profits multiplied 15-fold through this guy who was provincial secretary. So these are the 4 domains. What do we learn from these 4 domains? I think the first one is corruption is never good. I think from the start, I think I want to be very categorical. Corruption is not good, and not all forms of corruption are equally bad for the economy. Nor does it cause the same kind of harm. You know, part of the missing link in current anti-corruption work is we bunch corruption the same. It's all corruption, which is true. It is all harmful, which is true, but it's harmful in different ways. We gave the analogy of drugs. You know, they are painkillers. Painkillers are different from steroids. Steroids are harmful, and I think we can all agree. But you go to the gym, you use steroids, what happens? You can pump up your muscles for a few months or even years. We know this, those who go to the gym. And you can even win a competition because you're looking strong and pumped up. But of course, 3 years down the line, you can have a heart attack and die because steroids are never good for your health. But in the short term, people will not see because your muscles are going up. So the truth of the matter is steroids can actually help in the short term, but they are harmful in the long term. Same thing with toxic drugs. You use them, some of them can kill you immediately. Some of them are like painkillers. They take away the pain, but they don't address the root issues. So they are all drugs, but they work differently. And why we need to understand this is, I think it will help us focus as African countries. Which forms of corruption should we focus on? Which forms are most damaging? Because while we can all be considered corrupt, you know, you talk to people, African countries are corrupt, there is no country where you will not find corruption. But what you will see is different countries have different forms of corruption. And because of that, the corruption in your country then affects your country differently. And that's a crucial way, especially when you think of how do we respond to that. Now, so that's a key lesson. They don't cause the same kind of harm. Second, the rise of capitalism is accompanied not by eradication of corruption, but rather by the evolution of the quality of corruption from downright thuggery and theft to influence peddling. So what you're seeing in countries that people say, no, these ones are not corrupt. The truth is quality of corruption. And corruption evolves through the system that you have. You now have in countries where it's no longer downright theft, where 100 billion disappears into the thin air. No. You call it lobbying. In the States, it's actually called lobbying. And you can actually move around with the name tag called lobbying. Here, lobbying would consider it state capture. But in some countries, it's actually nice. You can do it with a nice tie. So corruption evolves in quality, in form, and in name in other countries. And you can get to a point where it's actually not considered corruption. I think until 10, 15 years ago in the US, insider trading was not considered wrong. Here, insider trading has always been wrong. So it's different in terms of quality, kind, and how it evolves in every space. Back to China. And I was saying, I think we want to use the Chinese example in understanding the basic things. So from the start, people should be skeptical about any argument that hails or bashes China. So I'm not here to hail China as some golden country or to bash it as some hopeless country. No, this is not. I like nuance. And I like to engage in complexity and the paradoxes. And paradoxes essentially are the most consistent trait in reform era Chinese political economy. And you need to grab and unpack that. Understanding it requires that we underscore and grasp these paradoxes. And what is the paradox? And this is the starting point. That what is truly extraordinary about China is that no country with the same risk profile or corruption risk profile has come anywhere close to reaching the scale of economic expansion. And this is the question that a lot of us in the development field have refused to explain is, how is it possible that a country has grown to the extent where over 700 people have moved out of poverty in a generation? And yet when you look at the corruption performance of China in almost any index, China is actually considered one of the more corrupt countries. But we've been told that corruption lowers investment, corruption reduces your growth, and yet we have not explained why a country which is on track to be the superpower has grown rapidly while corruption has also grown. And this is the paradox that we need to unpack so that we know how to address what's happening in our own country. And in cracking the paradox, I think we need to understand that first point, that not all corruption is equally damaging. Indeed, certain kinds of corruption may stimulate growth in short term, yet produce serious risks and distortions. You remember, this one says I got 10%, this one got 100%. You are both very corrupt, but corrupt in different ways and forms. Now, I want to give, sorry, it's not very clear, this picture, but I hope I can explain. You will get the presentation. What you will see in China is actually quite fascinating. I want you to look at the years from 1998 to 2014. And I see you see a paradox there. Exchange, which I talked about, access money, which is an exchange of money between elites, you know, a business and a bureaucrat. It actually has gone up, if you see, on the axis. But when you look at downright theft and embezzlement, it has gone down sharply. I don't know if you notice the difference, which is weird. They are all supposed to go. Right? What you notice in certain countries, certain types of corruption have been arrested, whereas other forms of corruption haven't. What you see in countries that are growing is they have arrested the most damaging forms of corruption in their country, which is my main message to you as legislators. You are actually not going to be able to eradicate corruption, because corruption, capitalism, competition, scarcity are going to be here until kingdom come. What you can do is to arrest certain types that are more damaging to growth, development, and inequality, and then find a way of dealing with others that you can't. That's why you notice that in countries like China, while China may not do well in terms of anti-corruption indices, what China has done is to arrest the more damaging one, which is the most damaging one, is downright embezzlement. It is theft. Yet exchange has gone up. Why is exchange gone up? Because private exchanges between elites is what is called access money. And access money, we understand it as private business. I know a lot of honorable members here are business people. How did you get the contract you got? Some of you will be honest and tell me that maybe you paid 15,000 bribe to get a certain exclusive rights. So what happens is you pay bribes, and in the short term, you then deliver the service, and the economy can actually grow. This is what has happened in these countries, where capitalists and government officials have colluded with each other and given each other exchanges. So the capitalists get the license, the bureaucrats get the bribe, and the product is delivered. What then happens in the short term, you actually see massive rights. And I dare you that what you're also seeing on the current continent at the moment are nice roads, nice hospitals, nice railways. But if you want to be honest, a lot of these railways, a lot of these hospitals, there was access money involved. So the thing was produced, the hospital was built, the railway line was built, but there was access money involved. Someone paid to get exclusive rights, and the product still happened. That is corruption, but a different kind of corruption. And that kind of corruption in the short term in some countries, in fact, in all countries in transition, and there is data to prove this, countries in transition, they can actually have a lot of this. Look at access money and grant theft. This is the same China. Bribery is going up, which is access money. Embezzlement is going down. Misappropriation is going down. In other words, they are dealing with those who are just waking up tomorrow, going to work. Allocation for health, 1 billion, 900 million disappears. Those forms in a lot of the advanced economies, they've gotten away with it. Which is why for Africa, we have to really deal. You looked at Jay, the advocate just spoke about illicit financial flows. Part of the reason why we have to address illicit financial flows is you're looking at 50 billion worth of African sweat disappearing from African coffers out of the continent completely. That is one of the most damaging kinds of corruption. You cannot compare that kind of corruption with greasing a politician so that you build a hospital, which you in fact built. That is corruption, but a different kind of corruption. This is what science says. So it says you have to arrest misappropriation, embezzlement, and you have to see that if you don't deal with access money in the long term, you're going to have an economic heart attack. which is what you are seeing now in certain aspects. I'm sure you've read Chinese reports where there is now overinvestment. You see, because what happens when you're paying bribes to bureaucrats? They keep giving you licenses, and you get to a point where you overinvest in an area, and you're investing not because you need the investment. You are investing because someone is getting a bribe. So there is what is now called overinvestment, as in economic term, and you have a real estate bubble where you're having buildings without tenants, buildings that can't be claimed. Buildings were built because there was a company that was producing cement. It paid bribes to sell the cement. A building that was never necessary ended up being built. So you end up having a real estate bubble. So of course, it will eventually catch up with you. But in the short term, people will see nice buildings, people will see an economy flourishing and stuff like that. So see what you can arrest. Now, what's happening now with my... Oh, zoom it out. Oh, okay. Right, so explaining Chinese paradox. So let's explain now. The first thing to explain what was happening, why is China has grown, why has China growth been rapid, 10%, in some cases 5 for decades, not just for 5 years, but for decades, yet corruption has gone up, is number one. The dominant type of corruption in China is access money, which has stimulated growth. And this is, and I hope, I mean, there are people who are not going to misquote me and say he was actually saying be corrupt to stimulate growth. No. It did stimulate growth, but it did generate distortions and risks in the economy. Like I say, you can do good and bad at the same time, like steroids. You can have the bulging muscles, but beware of a heart attack. So the huge risks is the heart failure. Heart failure is your economic crash. Some of you who are China experts, you will know all the economic crashes that have happened. But the biggest economic crash was 2008, the global financial crisis. What that was steroids in manifestation. Banks borrowing, countries and stuff like that. And it got to a point where the steroids led to the heart attack. That is what happens with access money. Stock market booms. Share buybacks, stock prices going up, but at some point there is a crash. So smart countries should know the point at which you have reached a tipping point, which is where China is, and I will give you an example of how that happens. The second explanation is access money dominates because the Chinese political system runs on profit sharing, and there is a historical context in this. You remember in the late 70s when Chairman Deng Xiaoping, he was transitioning the economy from being socialist under Chairman Mao to a market economy. He needed to get the elites within China to accept. And the best way to accept was he had to bring them in and ensure that everyone has an interest in that. So access money began to fly as a way of ensuring that comrades do not resist a market economy. Now, I'm not saying this is good, I'm giving you a historical fact of what happened. So this is what led to the rise of access money in China. It was a way of ensuring that comrades don't resist the market economy that was coming in China. And so because comrades were getting their own fair share, if you go to Nanjing, you get your check. You go to Shenzhen, if you're a governor, you get your 10%. It was not difficult for people to accept a market economy. It was not an ideological consensus where everyone set up and say, comrades are over. No. They were getting access money. So access money functions as an incentive system for politicians and capitalists to work together. This is what is making, these teas you are seeing in five-star hotels between a politician and an investor. It's not a love for country, or it's access money for a lot of them. They work together, especially on massive infrastructure, huge sunk costs, and you are seeing all these express highways in Africa. Sometimes a bridge to nowhere. You're asking citizens, where is this bridge going? It's a nice bridge that was built and it's not going anywhere. There was access money involved. And so what access money is, it overpays the capitalists to do some things through cheap loan subsidies, state backing. In return, you can get feverish growth for a short time, which leaves 700 million out of poverty. But what then happened is in the late 90s, there was a crash. So you will notice that in China from the 2000s, capacity building reforms, which were of the PFM type and severe punishment, is what arrested the problem. This is where this meeting is important. Because what then happened was, as stock markets were rising, buildings happening, railways, I think in China, there was 10,000 kilometers of tarred road which was being constructed every year. The amount of cement which is used in China in 1 year is larger than the amount of cement that has been used in America for the last 200 years. You're talking about crazy expansion. But what then happened, it got to a point where it reached the head start. And so what happened is around 1998, huge people like Premier Zhu Rongji, who was a massive bureaucrat. You know, they introduced all kinds of laws, PFM laws that I'll explain later. Punishments about 1.5 million bureaucrats. I'm talking about bureaucrats alone who were punished because of corruption when things got to a point. When things got to a point of a head start. Explaining the paradox. The third one, the more severe forms of corruption like grand theft, speed money were brought under control through an ambitious program of capacity building. This started around 1998. So you need bureaucrats like Premier Zhu Rongji, legislators who rise like a phoenix from the ashes to say, this must stop in our country. And so they passed a civil service law, standardized tax rates, strengthening oversight through budgeting, accounting reforms, replacing cash payments of fees and fines with direct electronic deposits. You see me reading, a lot of this is actually boring. It's unsensational and it's very dry. You listen to a lot of discussions around PFM. No one likes to discuss PFM. Let's make things digital. It is small things like those that arrested the rot. Not much media covered a lot of this because this is boring stuff. But this is what legislators need to do. Invest in solid PFM to arrest the most damaging forms of graft. Consolidate, and you need bureaucrats who are going to do this. Now, these PFMs may not sound as exciting, but they have remarkably helped China to keep the most damaging forms of corruption under control. Now, this is a fact. Now, let's come back home. I was talking about the type of corruption. Where are we on the continent? 50 billion in illicit financial flows out of Africa. It just disappears. You create money with your own sweat, it leaves the economy. That is a unique kind of corruption that you find in our space. You don't find a lot of countries where you create money. Even if that money is stolen, it still circulates in that economy. In this motherland, we don't just create, we create through the sweat of women and young people in rural areas. That money is earned, it disappears into the shores of Luxembourg, Guernsey, Jersey, Manila, where people are not working hard. They are staying in yachts and things like that. So this is the most damaging kind of corruption. Gold, diamond smuggling. Some of you who live on borders, you know what is going on here. It's heart-rending. It's heart-rending. People are caught with 5 kgs of gold, 20 kgs of gold. We have dark, unknown airstrips in our countries. In at least as if every African country is an unknown airstrip. In at least one province. No one knows about it. That airstrip is about smuggling some of the most precious minerals in that country. These are the most damaging forms of corruption here. Theft of COVID humanitarian relief, you remember, a country receives $200 million, that 200 million disappears into thin air. Empty coffers at inauguration. It's almost hilarious. When a new African country, a new African president comes, he finds nothing in the stock. So this is not access money where I pay a bribe to build a road. No, money disappears into the thin air. Fetishization of externalization, where now we also now have the middle class. They earn money as medical doctors operating people's heads in Kakamega in Kenya, and they use the proceeds of that money to build a house in London. I mean, you go to London right now. I mean, the real estate boom in London is driven by African money, Russian money, Asian money. It is created on the continent, it goes there. So this is what is happening. What am I trying to say? I'm saying the kind of corruption that we have is the more damaging type. It has no short-term growth. It's not a steroid. It is cocaine. No benefit whatsoever, and the damages are immediate. And that's what we need to address. And I hope you can see the difference. Anyway, there is a lot happening on the tech space. I won't talk about this because the PSM talks about this. I think there is a big development with artificial intelligence where you can now project or speculate, not just speculate, but you can do sophisticated algorithms to know behavior that is potentially corrupt. You know before the corrupt person becomes corrupt that they are going to be corrupt. So artificial intelligence can also be used as an anti-corruption tool. Crypto, I mean, you've covered this, so I won't belabor on. State capture. The reason why state capture becomes a problem in our space is in countries like China, the state becomes the dominating force. Whereas in our space, a politician becomes captured completely. Where a company writes laws. You know, there's this time where you are in a country where, yes, the politicians are receiving bribes, but they are still the ones in authority. In our space, the politicians become captured. In other words, they manifest the interests of private interests, which is normally a multinational corporation. And a lot of this is a function of our structure. So we've got a country which has a GDP of $15 billion. And companies that are operating in that country have a market capitalization of $200 billion. So you have a $200 billion company operating in a 15 billion GDP economy. Good luck negotiating laws with such a company. So what then happens is this politician is just overwhelmed with a nice check that they can't refuse. And you get to a point where petroleum laws, good luck if you wrote your petroleum laws with your own legislators. Bills are passing through parliament. They say they pass through parliament. They are not passed by parliament, but they are passing through parliament. They are already written. Not even by politicians, but by secretariat in some of the large companies. So a lot of what we are also saying is, do we need some of the sizes of companies that we have, or we need to grow them? And as the state matures, you also grow with those companies. So state capture is one of the more damaging. Opaque political financing, it goes hand in hand. Land corruption. You have entire provinces that are now owned by individuals who are foreign and usually Caucasian and European or Anglo-Saxon. An entire province. The most fertile land in much of Africa is not owned by Africans or people who live in that place. So when you engage in those kinds of corruption, you can't recover in most of the cases. Private investors are engaged in corrupt deals to access land and to bypass consultants. Consultants of that. Now, extractive industry, which is my area of expertise, this is how we start having to address some of these things. How do you deal with this if you are a small economy engaging with big companies? Don't negotiate in private because you can't possibly win. We're talking about Twitter right now or Tesla. I mean, look at the market capitalization of Tesla. They bring you lawyers, your principal director in the minister's office, whose salary is $500 equivalent, is doing private negotiations. It's never going to work. So you want open bidding and licensing to address some of this. Illicit financial flows, I keep mentioning, because they are the more damaging type because they take money out of circulation. That's number one. Number two, they are enriching countries that will then go to beg for loans. Because what is happening with illicit financial flow, and I'll tell you which is where the enabling part, and this is where it annoys me. Say politician B, let's call him Mr. Kivuku. He opens an account in London, 500 million. A bank is very nice to him, gives him nice coffee. 3 years down the line, that account is seized. For the next 10 years, those accounts are seized. 500 million. They are frozen in a European bank for 10 years. What is happening with that 500 million, those 10 years? Officially, we are told it is actually seized. It is frozen. But the truth is, it is on a certain bank's balance sheet being used. And so this is a game that is happening. You are lured. They know you are corrupt. They lure you to open an account. A few years after enjoying some coffee, your accounts are frozen. And for 15 years, you can't access that. And that money is being played with on the markets and enriching banks. My view is, next time an African leader's account has been frozen, there has to be a third-party escrow account where that money is moved so that that bank does not benefit. Because what you're having is banks, international banks, that are benefiting from frozen money. If it is corrupt money, then you shouldn't have it in your own account, and you must be punished for that, especially if a determination has been made that money was not corrupt. But what you have is you have money for like Duvalier, Gaddafi, we were told all these guys corrupt, but the money is still frozen in Anglo-Saxon banks as we speak. So there are different types of harm that comes with these financial flows that we are enriching countries where we're looking for loans. Number two is we are taking money out of circulation in our economy, which is pre-source curse. Pre-source curse is how politicians go on a spending rampage when they hear that they are about to strike gold, oil, or gas. You know how it is when you're told that country X is about to discover gas. You look at how they borrow. It's called the pre-source curse. You become excited for something that you don't even have. So the unique vulnerability of the sector to rampant corruption on the continent is such that you have to pay particular attention on PFM for extractives. Artisanal and small-scale mining, as you all know, it's very difficult to move gold. It's very easy to move diamonds. It's very easy to move. So it's easy for corruption to happen in that. Now, quickly, as I rush through the role of Parliament, I won't repeat physician heal thyself. Speaking about Parliament itself, the need to resist capture. The advocate has spoken on that. Instill Parliament's own ranks, the notion that parliaments should have a duty not only to pay, but to set an example. Let me not get too bogged down on it because it has been eloquently mentioned. The last 2 or 3 slides. Now, engage the ideological underpinnings of law and policy. And this is something that we often overlook. All governance approaches are laden with ideological and cultural assumptions about development. And now, right now, we're talking about all kinds of laws. We must do this, UNCAC, ANCAC, and I'm going to talk about that. But the truth of all these approaches are value-laden. And they are laden with ideological and cultural assumptions about development that we need to unpack before we pass these laws. Questions of corruption inequality cannot be separated from the economic system at play in a given domain. And as such, legislators must question models of growth that are in the region. I will tell you, a lot of us are implementing staff monitored program by IMF. We all know that. Usually to pass, and I'll give you the West African example. You remember some of the countries that were vulnerable to Ebola or countries that suffered because of Ebola had passed a staff monitored program by IMF. You remember that? They were actually said, you have passed. Passing meant containing the wage bill. Containing the wage bill meant cutting salaries of senior physicians, reducing the number of nurses, yada, yada, yada. IMF looked at this and said, you are financially prudent. You have passed your SMP. A few months down the line, Ebola strikes. People are saying, why are these Africans dying? They are not responding. The state capacity had been decapitated and dismembered. And it had no capacity then to respond to disaster. So when we pass certain laws, certain debt assumption bills, certain containments of wage bills, we're actually speaking of a certain ideological position on the role of the state and the responsibility of the state to the citizen. So I'm saying when we pass laws, we must think through the value they project. And we have to think through the growth. When a minister is coming and boasts about 7% growth, next time we want legislators to unpack that growth. UNDP did a research in 1996, which cautioned against ruthless growth, which leaves women and young people, movements, and rural areas behind. You have seen the growth that we're seeing on the continent. Is the metropoli is the one that is growing. Tall buildings in the top capital city. Now with Ebola, with COVID, no one is using those buildings. Conference centers, stadiums. Go to the 3rd, 4th largest city, there's nothing going on. It's ruthless. 7% growth concentrated in the 1st and 2nd capital city. Ruthless growth which overlooks African agency. So of course you grew 10% based on an economic policy that you got from McKinsey or some other intellectual. Jobless growth, which usually comes with extractives. You know, a typical gas LNG plant. I love Maputo, so I love using the Maputo example. The LNG plant in Maputo is going to employ only 200 people at full strength. So anyone who is expecting jobs is not going to get jobs because LNG jobs are not many. The only jobs you can expect are going to be maybe multiplier feeder industries. But otherwise, jobs from oil and gas aren't many. And so a lot of the growth tends to be jobless. So we want to interrogate when we come, we have these blueprints, because what then happens is we're having growth rising, inequality rising, and when growth and inequality rise, corruption becomes inevitable. In fact, corruption becomes imperative. You lose the capacity to not be corrupt. So sometimes when we sit here and say corruption is bad, I'm like, I don't even have the capacity to not be corrupt. That happens when inequality has become very, very high. So what kind of African states do we want? And for me, this is a critical question. I mean, beyond the PLFM that we want, beyond the public financial management, because you can come up with all the acts. The question is, what kind of state are we trying to construct? For me, that state should be capable, should have enough nurses, should have enough doctors, and any economic blueprint, any debt package, any economic adjustment program that says you must reduce the number of doctors, nurses, teachers. We have to.
Desculpe, o nosso apresentador só tem mais 5 minutos. Sim, já passou. 3 minutos, ainda bem, porque já passa o tempo previsto. Obrigada.
Citizenship, agency. First exit, I think, is how we bring people into the conversation, is to demonstrate that there is no reason to expect corrupt officials and political leaders to reform themselves. So legislators, beyond crafting laws, we want to engage and mobilize our own constituents so that they are part of this. And historically, this usually becomes quite possible when per capita reaches 8,000 to about 10,000. Usually that's where you have constituents that are strong enough to challenge different sectors. This is actually a historical fact that before you reach 8 to 10,000, it is much harder to mobilize certain constituencies. I will pass through this one because I think we've talked about the model law, UNCAC, ANCAC, Africa Mining Vision, SADC Regional Mining Vision, and that. So in conclusion, this is my last slide. The fight against corruption cannot be decoupled from the economic system a chosen country is chosen to implement. When your growth causes inequality, corruption will always be an issue. You can pass your anti-corruption commission, you can have a strong ombudsman, you can have your PLFM, but if the economic system is exclusionary, corruption will always be rampant. External stimuli, the corrupting role of big corporations, misguided policies and nations, which complicate domestication of efforts to deal with corruption. The third, empowered people can create change and force accountability. And my last point, all corruption erodes confidence in development, yet corruption harms differently. Countries must be circumspect in prioritizing the more damaging steroids, toxic drugs in our politics. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Os meus agradecimentos aos nossos 2 apresentadores pelas suas apresentações, que foram muito lúcidas, carregadas de muito conteúdo. O meu muito obrigado. Agora passo a palavra aos colegas. Vamos debater os 2 temas apresentados. Vamos debater os 2 temas em simultâneo. 3 questões levantadas, vamos dar oportunidade aos nossos apresentadores para responder, assim sucessivamente, para eles não se perderem. Muito obrigada. Vamos, quem põe gado isso? Isso. Zambia, por favor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I want to go back to our mother who was just presenting. I want to get a clarification if he's able to avail before this committee on his last statement where He talked about public participation and parliamentary oversight for certain categories of appointments to public office. Madam Chairperson, this topic is very close to my chest because I've taken note that in most African countries, appointments to public offices are mishandled, and perhaps this has been a cause as to why we are not able to manage our economies, because in certain areas we make appointments based on friendship, relationship, tribesmen, and such things. So what I want to hear from her, whether there's a category of office bearers she thinks these must pass through public participation and parliamentary oversight. And secondly, Madam Chairperson, to the two speakers, what I want to know whether they are able to share the whole document with this committee via email or printing a hard copy, because these two presentations are such critical to this committee to see how SADC countries can improve. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Obrigado, Zambia. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the two presenters for their quite informative presentations. My question to the last presenter is on minimizing corruption. So he says, since we can't eradicate corruption, there was mention on parliamentarians enacting laws. But my question to him is, there are jurisdictions where the laws are there, but the corruption still exists. Why was there, or why is there no mention of other institutions that have to be strengthened in cases where all the laws are in place and corruption continues? I thank you.
Obrigado, Zimbabwe. Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would first likely want to thank the presenters for really giving such a robust and insightful discussion, especially explaining the different types of corruption and the effects that they have. I have my question to the first speaker, where she spoke about the parliamentary procedures in terms of holding the relevant executives accountable. She stated that we should write questions, oral questions, structured questions, etc. But I just wanted to ask, in the case of where we do that, but then sometimes it's very difficult to get an answer from the specific minister. For instance, if you have a structural question or oral question on a deal that has gone, that is very shady, the minister normally starts acting in rhetorics. So how do we then, what would you recommend that we would use in terms of how holding the minister further accountable? Because if they are not accountable to Parliament, what can you say? And I know obviously that due to different jurisdictions and the laws within different jurisdictions, they deal with that case differently. But what is the general view that we can have in terms of penalties in Parliament that we can implement to ensure that ministers who avoid questions, ministers who avoid answering specific illicit deals, and also with the role of the Auditor General. That was something I also saw in the model law that I thought it was very radical, and it was really good to ensure that every report that is brought to Parliament, in terms of even those that are alleged should be clarified. But what happens in Parliament is when corruption cases and money that's missing comes to Parliament, there is no feedback in terms of them even clarifying some of these allegations that are made by members of Parliament to ensure that the public is informed with that regard. My second question goes to the second speaker, where he talked about the growth, economic growth, and he also talked about how it is ruthless and how this growth does not necessarily manifest in job creation and etc. I wanted to ask him, how do we go about ensuring that, of course, we cannot get rid of corruption, as you stated, but then we have various institutions, and I go by with what the sentiments that were brought up by my previous honorable speaker, that the ACC is one of the pivotal and most imperative tools that we can use to ensure that corruption is dealt with. But in some of the cases, especially with the budget, we see that in some cases, in some countries, including my own, that the budget is cut when it comes to ACC. Now, the ACC probably gets the crumbs in the budget, and is not fully capacitated financially. Then you have a case where they are not able to pay their investigators. They are not able to ensure that they bring in more staff to help with the investigations and to help deal with cases. And then they're only limited to specific cases that they can deal with due to budgetary constraints. How do we then as Parliament ensure that we put pressure, given the fact that in some cases as parliamentarians, we normally just become a rubber stamp position and are not even included in some of the consultations in the budget, but the ACC is normally excluded in terms of getting the budget that it deserves to curb corruption. So what are your thoughts with that regard?
Obrigada. Namíbia. Tem outra mão? Enquanto aguardamos, vamos dar oportunidade aos nossos apresentadores para responderem às questões levantadas.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. If I may begin with the first question, which was from Zambia, dealing with the appointment of certain officials. The scrutiny, especially of executive appointments, is an important aspect of oversight in many countries, and it usually involves lengthy investigations into the appointee's suitability for public office. Here we look at the appointments of, for example, ombudsmen, public protectors, human rights commissioners, cabinet members. It is those kinds of appointments and politically exposed public officials who are at higher risk when they assume their positions. So the screening and vetting and verification, etc., is a process that I would suggest needs to be transparent and accountable through the parliamentary process. And then to respond to the other question about how to get an answer to oral questioning, research has shown that oral questioning is not always the best method, and in many legislatures, written questions are now more frequently used than oral questions. The written question has been found to be most popular because of the tight restrictions that are placed on notable oversight mechanisms, which must be submitted by a parliamentary party group or a committee or a minimum number of MPs. So, for example, in South Africa, the procedures governing questions are set out in both the rules of the National Assembly and in the rules of the National Council of Provinces. And here the rules prescribe the format and stipulate that questions for written reply are limited to 3 questions per member per week and must be replied to within 10 working days, provided that the responsible minister may in writing request the speaker for an extension not exceeding a further 10 working days on good cause shown. So if that can be incorporated into your rules, I think that will alleviate the failure of members to respond in the oral questioning sessions. I think those were the 2 questions that were directed at me. If I missed one, then please guide me.
Muito obrigada.
Okay. I could add on the ACC. I've been campaigning for anti-corruption commission since 2002, and one of the things that I've noticed, and we thought we had done well in engaging multilateral institutions to be interested in establishment of AACCs. So you will notice that AACCs are now part of the bailout package. So if your country wants a bailout package, you must establish an AACC or EITI. So these bodies, while important, are no longer a product of an organic consensus, but they are now a product of external imposition and desperation on the part of broke bureaucrats who want money. So I want a bailout, so I'm going to establish an AACC, not because I really care about the AACC. So you get the AACC, you get out the bailout package. In the next 10 years, no funding for the AACC. The AACC is becoming basically a paper tiger, a research center or an information disseminating platform. That happens when the work has not been done. So the role for me for legislatures is to build the field. Do the painstaking, boring work of building an organic consensus. Business, government, civil society. We need to have a platform and a body. You have that, and then we start talking about financing. We talk about the capacity. We talk about the laws of the AACC. To just focus on this and isolate everything else may not be the best. A lot of our AACC don't even have prosecutorial powers. They don't have investigating powers. At best, some of them are research centers that give suggestions to police. So you probably have to change the legal framework for that. Relate to that is the question the honorable member from Zimbabwe raised, the question of laws. What happens when the laws are good but corruption continues to be high? And I'll give the example of a cake. What do you use to make a cake? Water, sugar, flour, milk, eggs. On their own, they don't make a cake, isn't it? They have to be put together at the same time and at a certain temperature. But on their own, no matter how important they are, it's just mere flour. So laws without the personnel, without the environment, the organic consensus and consciousness, without an economic system that is not rapacious, ruthless, and jobless, and the overall delivery of personnel, the laws will not work. The laws have to work together with other variables at the same time. The last issue is on the difference between, you want to give BRICS examples so that this makes sense. There's a big difference between what happened in Russia in the early 90s, which is perestroika and glasnost, which was shock therapy, sudden imposed liberalization, whereas with Deng Xiaoping, it was gradual, organic, and considered. So everyone had a stake, and everyone understood what was happening. So what you learn from the China and Russia examples is it changed, whether it's in dealing with corruption or with economic development, it has to be organic. And it has to be a product of deep engagement of different sectors of society. Unless you have that, this idea that change will come by engaging IMF, AFDB, or some specific funder, it's not going to work. And this is why you find lots of strategies that were done by McKinsey that are rotting in cabinets, because no one believes in that strategy. And no one is put in the work to engage the different sectors to develop a consciousness and a consensus around a certain topic. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Passo agora a palavra para o secretário.
Honorable members, there was a question regarding documents, the sharing of the presentations. We will indeed share the presentations. We just want to facilitate the process of translation into the 3 official languages, and then we'll be able to distribute. So please do expect to receive. If you don't receive, don't hesitate to ask. You would not have offended anyone. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Não vejo mais alguma. Ah, ok. Lesotho, por favor.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is based on what was said by the second presenter. He mentioned in his presentation that state capture by private interests affects formulation of laws, regulations, probably through payments. So I'm asking, we as legislators, how do we protect our region, our countries against this type of corruption? Probably if you can just share with us his own observation, probably it could help. Thank you, Madam.
Muito obrigada. Não vejo outra mão. Não havendo, passo a palavra aos nossos preletores.
Okay, that one is a whole workshop. Addressing state capture is a very complex question, and it is many layers. There is no one answer to that. It's a multiple answer. But you will notice part of where we are is a fetish for foreign direct investment. You know, there is a school of thought that our country is not going anywhere until 10 Luxembourg companies, 7 Belgian, and 9 Indian come and save us from the quagmire that we are. So you have a lot of these companies that we have begged so much. Then they come walking very triumphantly to your country and basically capture your colleagues or your politicians. The colleagues are captured during the engagement meeting in London before they even invest. So I think it's looking inward. Maximize domestic capital and nurture domestic investment and domestic capital as a way to industrialize. I actually want to go back to, you don't have history of industrialization in Southeast Asia or even in the US or Europe, where you industrialize on foreign direct investment. It just never has that risk appetite. The risk comes from, the risk appetite usually comes from your state investment funds and domestic investment capital. And you work with that. Usually you grow together. That's how South Africa industrialized under apartheid. That's how China has done it. So it's just the overall fetish we seem to have with big foreign companies coming to save us. I want to say, change that paradigm on its head. You need to nurture domestic capital. That's number one, just as a broad point. The second one, which is sort of the boring PFM type work, is transparency. Too many negotiations are happening privately on the continent. Negotiation for things that are commons. So the commons should never be negotiated in private. That's why, in my view, you want to be transparent around key contracts, power contracts, resources contracts. Why is that a secret? The state does it on behalf of us citizens, but we never know the terms of the discussions. Our bureaucrats are captured because they are competing with rich companies and negotiating in private. What protects you is negotiating in public, so that everyone knows that this deal is unfair. All the countries that I know that have renegotiated and won renegotiated terms of contracts, the contracts were in the open. So anyone could compare, and I'll give you an example. Rio Tinto comes from Australia. It operates in a number of jurisdictions. Rio Tinto can have a very bad contract in country X and a very good contract in country Y. But country X will never learn from country Y because both of them are secret. So you over-give because you've been told that no one will come to get your coal unless you are producing Tanzanite, which is only found in Tanzania. There's no negotiation because you can only get the Tanzanite from Tanzania. And so negotiate in public. That's what I think. And they have a PFM framework that allows for competitive bidding. You want to sell a block of oil, submit your bids online. Everyone can see the provisions of the bid. A part of the problem is we think we can do all this privately and still get maximum benefit for the state and for the people. And I think that's where the problem comes in. I could go on and on, but for me, those are the top 3 key issues.
Muito obrigado. Não havendo mais questões levantadas, depois de estarem esclarecidas todas as questões levantadas, fica assim concluída a nossa 3ª sessão. Passamos agora para a 4ª sessão, que será de eleições para presidente e vice-presidente para o período 2022 a 2024. Que essa sessão será dirigida pelo nosso secretário. Mas antes de passar, permitam-me, caros colegas, que eu faço o meu pequeno discurso de agradecimento. Meus senhores membros da Comissão Permanente, caros colegas, assumimos a liderança da Comissão Permanente de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos num momento crítico originado pela pandemia da Covid-19, em que as nossas reuniões eram virtuais. Mesmo assim, graças ao apoio abnegado do secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, em particular do senhor Sheunene Koracha, secretário da comissão, foi possível continuarmos no trilho da nossa missão. Desculpe, mesmo assim, graças ao apoio abnegado do secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, em particular, foi possível cumprirmos a nossa missão. Neste crítico cenário, apreciamos e deliberamos sobre as várias matérias correntes da comissão afeta a nossa região da SADC. A liderança que ora acessa agradece aos membros da comissão pela entrega na discussão dos assuntos candentes da nossa região e despede-se com o sentimento de dever cumprido, mas com certeza de que muito ainda há por fazer. Nesta senda, Gostaria de desejar sucessos à nova direção e reiterar o nosso total compromisso de apoiar em qualquer circunstância. Pela atenção que me dispensaram, meu muito obrigado. Neste momento, passo a palavra ao meu vice-presidente, também querendo dizer algumas questões. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. Just to say that from my side, it's also been an honor to serve this committee. I think one of the most important things this committee has done is and I've always said it from the start, is to take the role model laws and work these role model laws into the countries. And obviously it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not that you can take the role model laws and say that what's good for Zimbabwe or what's good for Zambia is going to be good for South Africa, is going to be good for, Malawi. But it's definitely a roadmap. And if we start today and we encourage all countries to start working towards reaching a time where all the countries can get to a place where we could all have almost the same model laws, this committee could fundamentally change the way this region operates. And we're getting to a stage where the Western regions, the Eastern regions, and the Northern regions are overtaking SADC and making SADC almost look like we're backwards, and all the others are experiencing growth. And it's upon us, and this committee has that important challenge, to take us forward and to take the politicians forward. And that's why with both my cap as the treasurer and my cap as the outgoing vice chair, that when we turn this SADC into a parliamentary forum, a proper parliament, that we are the foundation of the role model laws. We here are the foundation of the people that are going to take these role model laws and teach our politicians in our country to embrace the role model laws. So please, the incoming chairpersons, the incoming vice chairpersons, and this committee, take your role model laws seriously, promote the role model laws, and make sure that our election monitoring is made a priority. But I wish to thank everyone that was great team members, made our job easy, that supported our job. I wish to thank you all for making me feel at home and for a great term with all of you. And again, Mr. Karasha, it's been great to work with you as my colleague, and Madam Chair, it's been great to work with you as a partner and colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Vice Chairperson, for the kind words. And I wish to assure you that whatever good we did, it was with the guidance and support of the Secretary General, who has just stepped into the meeting. We recognize you, SG. Good afternoon. And we will always strive to do our best. One of the things that I have always cherished, or whenever I've been asked to say what makes a good parliamentarian, I've not hesitated to say a good parliamentarian is one that is willing to do the work. And we have seen members come and be members of the committee, grow in the committee, and been able to champion a lot of things. We have done quite a bit, particularly as mentioned by the Vice Chair, in championing the domestication of the SADC model law on elections. And we would want to continue to move in that direction, because part of what is missing in the democratization project or democratic consolidation project is the weakening of institutions or the eroding of public trust in institutions that emerge from flawed processes. And elections are one of those processes. And this committee therefore sits at the center of assisting the SADC Parliamentary Forum to be a champion in terms of its vision to continue to push frontiers for us to be able to see more gains, bring the region more closer to the citizens, and make this region a better place for the ordinary men and women, boy and girl. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this juncture, we are going to proceed to have elections. And allow me to project the procedural notes we are going to use to undertake elections so that we all stand guided. Honorable members, the tenure for the current chairperson and vice chairpersons of standing committees and regional women's parliamentary caucus who were elected in 2020 and served for a 2-year term is coming to an end, and they should now retire by rotation. In this regard, the Secretariat has prepared this procedural guide to assist the members with the relevant provisions in the Constitution and the rules of procedure regarding elections for the chairpersons and vice chairpersons, as well as the eligibility of countries for the 2 positions. I was going to allow the chair and vice to say their farewell speech, which they have already done, and therefore allow me to move to the next item, namely procedure for elections. The procedure for election of chairpersons and vice chairpersons of standing committees is provided for in Rule 39 of the Rules of Procedure, which state that 1, each committee shall elect a chairperson and vice chairperson. 2, the chairperson of standing committees shall preside over all meetings of the committee. In his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall assume the duties, and in the absence of the vice chairperson, a member designated by the committee shall preside over the committee on an interim basis. Thirdly, there is a rotation principle. Article 14.3 of the Constitution of SADC PF provides for the principle of rotation in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees as follows. Members of the standing committees holding the position of chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson of a standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election to the position in the immediate subsequent term. There is also a principle of gender. Rule 38.5 provides for the gender balance in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees as follows. As far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding the chairpersonship of committees. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man and vice versa. Honorable members, I also wish to inform you regarding the procedure for nomination and elections, which is as follows. The returning officer will call for nomination for each of the 2 positions. Each nominee may be given time to present their credentials. If one nomination is received, the candidate shall be declared duly elected. If there are more than one candidate, election shall be held. Each member is eligible for 1 vote. Members shall vote by secret ballot, and only DG members are eligible to vote. And in the event of a tie, the chairperson shall have a casting vote. To facilitate the electoral process, the Secretariat will circulate, will distribute ballot papers, and each eligible member will then write the name and country of the candidate of choice. They could also write just the name or just the country. It will suffice, as long as we can read your intention on the ballot paper. Honorable members, pay attention, because what I'm going to be saying is very important. We experienced spoiled ballot papers during the course of these elections, and as the Electoral Commission, we do not want to encourage spoiled ballot papers. This happened in circumstances where members, having nominated, written the names of their preferred candidate, also wrote their own countries or names. Secrecy of ballot means that we do not want to trace your vote to you. So if we are able to trace that vote to you, we'll duly regard that vote as invalid because it doesn't meet the secrecy of the aspect. So for each position, when we open up for elections, you simply write the name or the country of the candidate. You may not even worry about the position, because in any case, the positions are not held, the election for each position are not held at the same time. So just write the name of the candidate or their country or both. Right. Honorable members, the procedure for elections also include a schedule of chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the DGHR committee from 1999 to 2022. And this is important because it then shows the countries that have held the positions. What we may wish to bring to the attention of honorable members is that you will see that some countries held positions twice, more than once, before the rotation cycle was complete. This was only possible before 2013, when SADC PF then, out of the desire to make sure that all the countries get an opportunity to hold positions, ruled out the holding of positions before the rotation cycle gets completed. And as such, we run our election in a way that allows all the members of the SADC PF, given the equal membership of parliaments to SADC PF, an opportunity at one point or another to chair a committee. So these countries, I will not go through them. They are listed there. What I will go through are the countries that are still eligible by virtue of not having held the positions before, in the spirit of completing the rotation cycle. For the position of chairperson, the ineligible countries will not read them out. They are in your file, what we distributed. But the eligible countries are DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. For the vice chairperson position, the eligible countries are DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mauritius, Malawi, Seychelles, and Tanzania. Honorable members, having confirmed the countries that are eligible, allow us to move to the next phase, which is the actual election. And at this juncture, I wish to find out if there are any questions so that we go into the elections having cleared any concerns that honorable members might have. I don't see any questions, therefore it clears the way for us to call for nominations for the position of chairperson for the DG committee. Honorable Zambia, your nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Looking at the number of honorable members here, it is actually small, and the people we want to give these positions. All of us would have loved to get a position at least in the case of Zambia. However, if we go into interrogating these processes, what is good is that if male is chairperson, female must be deputy. Therefore, without wasting much of your time, allow me to nominate Honorable Doubt Nduweni from Zimbabwe to become the next chairperson. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Zambia. The nomination of Honorable Nduweni from Zimbabwe is duly noted. At this juncture, I wish to invite, if there is any seconder. I see Mozambique.
Muito obrigado. Quero secundar a Zâmbia. Proponho também Zimbábue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Agostinho, for the secondment. Honorable members, what this means procedurally is on the ballot paper, we have one candidate, Honorable Nduweni from Zimbabwe. At this juncture, I wish to open for further nominations. If there are any further nominations for the position of chairperson? Yes.
I would like to nominate Madagascar, or candidate for Madagascar for chairperson.
Could you confirm the name of the candidate you are nominating if you know it?
Anyone from Madagascar, just to support the Indian Ocean.
In terms of our records, the name of the member from Madagascar is Honorable Siliva. And I therefore wish to state on the nomination papers the name of Honorable Siliva from Madagascar as a candidate for.
Her name is Marcy.
Sorry?
Marcy from Madagascar, female.
Not for the DG committee, Honorable.
Okay.
The member for Madagascar for DG is Honorable Siliva. Going into this election, if Madagascar intends or intended to change that, the procedure is that must be communicated to the Secretary General so that it is known. Madagascar, does that clarify issues? Madagascar, does that clarify the matter? It's okay? Okay. So Honorable Siliva is a nomination submitted by Seychelles. Is there a seconder for the nomination of Madagascar for the position of chairperson? Honorable members, to facilitate the process, we would wish to receive a secondment for the nomination so that it is valid and can be stated on the ballot paper. Yes, Honorable.
J'appuie la candidature de Madagascar, Siliva.
Honorable members, let me. Sure. Maybe to assist honorable members, the eligible electoral college are members of the DG committee. So the representative of Madagascar in the committee is Honorable Siliva. There is nothing in the rules that prohibit Honorable Siliva from seconding his nomination if he so desires, but what we require is a secondment so that this becomes a regular nomination so that we are able to print our ballot paper. Honorable members, is there a seconder for Honorable Siliva's nomination?
Oui, merci pour votre aimabilité, pour nous proposer à la poste de présidente. Mais moi, personnellement, je ne postule pas. Je ne postule pas pour le poste de président. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siliva. Honorable members, we have received as returning officers communication from the proposed candidate as vice chairperson, as chairperson, Honorable Siliva, Christopher Siliva, that he wishes to withdraw as a candidate. Do we have any further nominations for the position of chairperson? I see Eswatini.
Mine is a question.
Sure.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Earlier, you indicated that if there is a tie, the chair would be expected to cast his or her vote. Which chair were you talking about?
Sorry, the outgoing chair. Because the incoming one hasn't been decided. At a point when the incoming chair has not yet been decided, they can't have a casting vote. But once elected, they replace the outgoing.
Yeah.
So whoever occupies the chair position will perform that role.
Okay. The reason I asked is because I saw the chair seconding. Is that not equal to a vote?
It is in the sense that the situation of a tie hasn't arisen. So the chairperson also is entitled to a vote as a member. But when there is a tie, to break the tie, that's when you then request the chairperson to have a casting vote.
When she has already indicated her interest.
No, but like I'm saying, Honorable, the first and foremost, the chair is a member like any other.
Yes.
So she is not deprived to take part in any of the activities of the committee unless so stated. So only when we have a situation of a tie, we then need to go to the person who occupies the position of chairperson to break the tie. So this situation hasn't arisen, and therefore we would do well for ourselves to cross the bridge when we have to come to one. Are you answered, Eswatini? Thank you very much. Malawi?
I understand his concern. The honorable member, what he's trying to say is, if we go to a tie, it is a given position that the chair will go to where he's seconded. That's where his problem is. That's what I understood. Thank you.
I can save that problem. I will second the nomination. So therefore, the chair doesn't have to second the nomination, and therefore the chairman's nomination doesn't. The seconding of the chair from the chairperson doesn't interfere with anything.
Thank you very much, honorable members. This committee of all the committees will handle the difficult questions and difficult things, and even contribute to the organic development of our electoral process, because that is your responsibility. So we have duly noted some of the observations that you are putting on board, which probably some of our rules may not have anticipated. And this is the spirit in which we are going to facilitate this process. So the point raised by Eswatini is noted, and I hope you have also noted our response. Equally, the observation made by Malawi and the nuances thereof are equally noted, and they will form part of our learning process as we go in terms of the rules. So having had that understanding, and I want to believe, honorable members, that we have therefore addressed this matter, or at least taken note of it, and we should now be able to proceed. I wish to give an opportunity to the chairperson, the outgoing chairperson, to address the meeting. To address the chair.
Muito obrigada.
eu fiz na percepção de que eu já havia cessado, já estava em pleno direito de poder exercer o meu voto. Mas se assim for o caso, retiro as minhas palavras.
Thank you very much, Honorable Agostinho. And I wish to state at this point that you have not violated any rule. There is no rule that prohibits you from exercising your rights like any other member. While we note, as I said, the important issues that have been raised by the other members. So we accept and appreciate your decision to withdraw from the secondment of the nomination, and we have duly recorded that the candidature of Honorable Ndiweni from Zimbabwe has been seconded by South Africa, Honorable Beckman. Honorable members, at this juncture, I wish to invite if there are any further nominations for the position of chairperson. Allow me to make a count of one. Honorable Silva, you have a question.
Cher honorable, j'appuie le Zimbabwe. J'appuie le Zimbabwe. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madagascar. Your support for the candidate from Zimbabwe is duly recorded. At this juncture, in order to save time, honorable members, I wish to find out if there is any other nomination other than the one we have from Zimbabwe, so that we are able to conclude the process. So allow me to do a second count for the record. For the third time, honorable members, we wish to find out if there is any other candidates being nominated for the position. And I'm being invited to give him. Thank you very much, Honorable from Seychelles. So at this juncture, on account of having received a nomination, a single nomination, a sole nominee being Honorable Doubt Ndweni from Zimbabwe, in terms of the Constitution and the rules of procedure, I wish to declare Honorable Doubt Ndweni from Zimbabwe as duly elected by unanimity the chairperson for the committee for the period 2022 to 2024. Congratulations, Honorable Ndweni. Honorable members, we need to conclude the electoral process, and the conclusion means we need to elect a vice chairperson. Vice chairperson, may I receive nominations? And the nominees we have, DRC, I mean the countries that qualify, DRC, Madagascar, Mauritius, Malawi, Seychelles, and Tanzania. Is that, are you taking the floor to nominate? I skipped. Okay, let me do for the assurance of Honorable Mut and any other member. The eligible countries are DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mauritius, Malawi, Seychelles, and Tanzania. At this juncture, I wish to invite for nominations for the position of vice chair. Yes, Honorable.
I would like to nominate Lesotho.
There is a candidate of Lesotho nominated by Namibia. Is there a seconder for that nomination? Is the Lesotho candidate seconded? I see Zimbabwe. May you speak through the mic for the record?
Thank you, moderator. I second the candidature of Lesotho.
The candidature of Lesotho is seconded by Zimbabwe, except in terms of the golden standard set by with the nuance from Eswatini and and Malawi. If we will have a tie, we will need to break a tie through the vote of the chair. So yes, Honorable Ambrose.
Yes, I once again going to nominate the Indian Ocean again. I nominated my colleague from Madagascar again.
At this juncture, allow me to dispense. Allow me to dispense with the nomination of Lesotho first. We have a nomination from Lesotho, which need a seconder. So allow me to receive a seconder, Malawi.
I second the Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Malawi. So we have a nomination of Lesotho on the ballot, courtesy of a nomination from Namibia, seconded by Malawi. Honorable members, I wish to find out if there are any further nominations for the position of Vice Chairperson. I had given you the floor.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
I'm repeat again, I will nominate Madagascar for the Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Seychelles, for the nomination. Could you please confirm the name of the candidate you are nominating?
Masi Gulamali.
Honorable Gulamali, in terms of records, you are not a member of the DG. The member of the DG from Madagascar is Honorable.
I am not membre, je suis pas membre du DGHR. Je suis pas membre.
Yeah, sure. So that excludes from qualifying because she's not a member of the committee. We need a nomination of a member of the committee to the committee. Yes.
So, Mr. Secretary, then is that the case? Then we go with Lesotho.
Yes,
Mais, excusez-moi, Président de la réunion. Merci pour notre ami Seychelles.
Sure.
Yeah, je les remercie beaucoup.
Most welcome, Honorable. One of the things that I always say, particularly in the Democracy and Governance Committee, this is where we organically develop the systems. And that's why you see we are quick to record any observations that are useful in only strengthening what we are trying to build. And we will duly record and see how we infuse these observations. And we appreciate your grace in this matter. Issues of elections, honorable members, you are product of election. It can be tough sometimes, but thank you for allowing us to do it with a smile. So at this juncture, I wish to find out if there is any further nomination for the position of Vice Chair. The issue is if we have not received nominations, we can't know. So we want to cross the bridge when we have confronted one. If you start jumping before the bridge appears, when the matter goes to court and there's a challenge, the affidavit will say the returning officer was busy anticipating a situation that had not arisen. Madagascar?
Oui, et je porte le soutien à Lesotho.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, for the last time, Madagascar, your support for Lesotho is recorded. For the last time, honorable members, are there any further nominations for the position of Vice Chairperson? Having received one candidate for the position of Vice Chairperson of the DG Committee for the period 2022 to 2024, I wish by the powers vested in me as the returning officer on behalf of the Secretary General to duly declare Honorable Ntala Mafa as duly elected Vice Chairperson of the committee.
congratulations. The biggest winner is democracy. And congratulations to honorable members. At this juncture, I wish to give the floor to the vice chairperson. You can speak from where you are to, in a minute or so, to deliver your acceptance speech.
Thank you very much, our returning officer. Really, I don't even have probably sufficient words to thank you, honorable members, for having trusted me into the chairmanship position. I know, really, this is my first time to be in this committee. And it's our first time to come across each other, as we've been, our main obstacle was the COVID-19 issue, of which you know very well that we managed to communicate or to hold our meetings virtual. Honorable members, I know you'll help us probably to go through this hard work we are facing. I know you are knowledgeable people in as far as democracy is concerned. And I'm still really hoping that I'm just going to get a very good support from you, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mafa, what I can assure you is that SADC is not afraid of giving people responsibility, even if they are coming for the first time. And I've seen this happen in my lifetime. And we look forward to your leadership. At this juncture, I wish to hand over to the chairperson, Honorable Ndiweni, to deliver his acceptance speech, and then secondly to proceed and close the meeting. I wish to inform members that the outstanding engagement with the pending engagement with the consultant will be pursued through other alternative means because they've had to go for COVID tests. So as a result, the chair, you will have the opportunity to deliver your closing remarks and also to close the meeting. If you have grace before you close the meeting, you might wish to give the Secretary General an opportunity to say a few things in case she's in the meeting. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Ndwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Fellow honorable members, I would like to thank you for the confidence and trust that you have bestowed in us, the two of us as a team. It's not going to be an easy ride, but I'm not afraid. I'm very optimistic. A good leader is determined by the flock that he is leading. And considering the caliber of honorable members that we have in our committee, I definitely feel I will never fail because I have very strong lieutenants around me. Honorable members, the task ahead of us is mammoth. We are coming into this committee. Some of you are new, some of us are old members, but this is a very interesting and challenging time of the forum in that we are at a transition period. So all these past years, we were a forum and we were clamoring to be recognized by the SADC heads of state. We were clamoring that they recognize the formation of a regional parliament, which is a SADC parliament. And that this was agreed. If you were not aware, it was agreed. So now we are in the process of going into our long dreamt of a SADC parliament. So this then gives us a very unique position that we find ourselves in. I would have loved that if processes would be quickened, that we were to, if we could establish the parliament within our tenure in the 2 years. But I don't think that's possible. But it really depends on this committee as well. Looking at the committees of this organization, all the committees, I normally see this committee as the engine of SADC PF. Why do I say so? Because we deal with governance. So governance is key to even the formation of this organization. It's governance. Governance is the key word. If we look at the Committee of Finance, if there's good governance, you have money. You look at the Committee for Women, if there's good governance, women will be incorporated. We won't even be reminding everyone that women should be incorporated. We look at gender, we look at food and agriculture. With good governance, everything falls in place. So we find ourselves in a very critical position of the forum, so much so that I'm confident, like I said, with your assistance, no job will be insurmountable. I thank you once again for your confidence that you had. Thank you.
The Secretary General indicates that you stole all her words in your earlier utterances, and as such, she is requesting to be allowed to be marveling at you having preempted her words. I'm sure the SU will indulge you.
Good afternoon, honorable members, or is it good evening now? Let me congratulate the outgoing leadership of this committee and thank them for the work that they have done during their tenure. Allow me to also congratulate the incoming leadership of this committee for the mammoth task that is before them. We look forward to you taking the committee beyond where it was currently. You have you've done a roadmap for this committee, which was presented to you this morning. I liked the fact that you insisted on timelines, among others. That is a smart way of working. And we look forward to that integration that the chairperson has just alluded to, in ensuring that your themes, your norms around democracy are reflected in the activities that this committee is going to be able to follow through. It is very interesting, the issue of elections and the lessons that we're gathering from these sessions. The issue of conflict of interest seems to have come up in more than one committee this time around. And I believe that that is an area that this committee can assist us to look at much more in depth, to preempt scenarios of where conflict of interest may arise. There's another issue which, while we appreciate that elections follow principles of democracy, that leadership comes out of legitimacy, the governance issues that must be integrated in how we do things. And therefore, we are also observing and learning that while we have the majority of English-speaking countries, while we have the rotation system in place in terms of how we nominate, we may find that we're eclipsing other countries by virtue of the numbers that they have at the forum. The rules are very clear. We believe that the rotation principle will get us there. But this is an area that will also understudy and respond back to the members. And I believe this committee
may assist us as we go ahead. So congratulations and thank you. And the issues that you've dealt with are quite clear, and they are fully related to the norms of democracy and human rights, among others. And we look forward to your action plans and your debates during the plenary assembly. You've been well equipped to engage with the matters. It will also be helpful for you to look at your scenarios at country level and locate yourself within the discourse in order for you to argue from a practical perspective when the matter has been tabled at the plenary assembly. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Gurasha, Carolina, and the other colleagues for running this committee quite well. Thank you.
Chair, over to you.
Is there anything else? Any announcements, Mr. Koresh?
As far as the business of the committee is concerned, there isn't. If there are any other administrative matters that may come up, we may deal with them through alternative means, including our groups and desk officers. At this juncture, there are no more issues on the agenda of the committee, Chair.
Thank you very much. Fellow honorable members, unfortunately, I wasn't given a chance to give you a chance in case there was somebody amongst our own who wanted to say a word. Is it procedural, if I can ask?
We are at your disposal, Chair.
Yes. Is there anyone amongst the honorable members that has anything to say before we close? Nothing. All right. That's democracy. I'm trying to extend it. This is the first. Thank you very much, honorable members, and thank you for coming to this meeting, your participation, and your votes as well. More so your votes. So I'm elated. I would like to wish you pleasant journey messages as you go back to your respective countries, and till we meet again. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, obrigado. Thank you, honorable members, and all the best. And I join the chair in wishing you safe travels. And thank you very much for bringing your energy to the meeting. It always encourages us when we do some preparatory work and members find it useful and make use of it. If you have any work at national level, or you are tackling a question that deals with democracy and governance, remember we are at your disposal. We are a text away. We will be willing and happy to know what you're doing and find out how we could support. So let's keep in touch. Thank you. Our online participants, thank you very much. Members of the Technical Working Group, we see you. Thank you very much for participating in the meeting. We will maintain the conversations. Thank you very much. And ICT, you may terminate. No, oh, okay, when you're done. Oh. Well done. No, thank you, Chief. Thank you. We appreciate the support. Thank you for supporting the chairperson. Yeah, we. Yeah, yes. ICT, let's terminate.
Yes. I was informed of that for 10 minutes. I understand the platform is going to be used for Madagascar.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. That's
So, where you are standing.
Yes.